to Obregon's policy and were one of the main props in his rise to power. Early in 1916, the first incidents occurred between Villist guerrillas and the North Americans. Washington's recognition of the Carranza government, and the help it gave Obregon in the last battles against Villa, had definitively broken all relations between the peasant general and U.S. government representatives. Whereas a few months earlier the United States had sought to use Villa against the strengthening of Carranza's national government, direct experience now showed him much more clearly the goals and methods of U.S. policy in Mexico. In January 1916, the Villist General Pablo Lopez attacked a train at Santa Isabel, Chihuahua, and shot 17 American passengers on board. This incident, which caused an outcry in the United States, was soon pushed into the background by a much more daring exploit. On March 9, 1916, troops under Pancho Villa himself crossed the frontier and raided Columbus, New Mexico. More than 100 Mexicans and 17 Americans lost their lives in the 6 hours of fighting. In reply, Washington decided to send a punitive expedition into northern Mexico, supposedly with the sole aim of locating and punishing Villa. But whereas Villa had raided Columbus with barely 500 men, the force that entered Mexico on March 15, 1916, under the command of General John J. Pershing, bared 12,000 soldiers plus horses and artillery. Pershing was soon to lead the U.S. Expeditionary Force to the battlefields of Europe, and two of his sub-lieutenants, Dwight D. Eisenhower and George S. Patton, would become commanders of the U.S. Army in Europe during the Second World War. But all three registered their first setback in the fruitless search for Villa and his guerrillas. 8 On March 29, in the first encounter between the U.S. military and a Villist unit, Villa himself was wounded in the leg and forced to spend many months recovering in a mountain hideout. But his men continued the guerrilla struggle against both U.S. and 224 Carranzist forces. It was during this period that General Pablo Lopez was captured and shot by the Carranzists. In its push into Mexico, the punitive expedition not only failed to track Villa down, but encountered growing resistance from the entire population. On April 12, the inhabitants of Parral, led by a woman, armed themselves with whatever they could find and confronted a U.S. column to cries of "Viva Villa!" Although the Americans tried to obtain Carranza's consent, painting the invasion as an action directed purely against the bandit Villa, the president expressed his opposition from the very beginning. On the day of the events in Parral, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, General Candido Aguilar, sent a strongly worded demand for the withdrawal of foreign troops. On April 29, talks began in El Paso between General Obregon, then Minister of War in the Carranza government, and U.S. General Scott. But no agreement was reached, since the Americans demanded, as the precondition of any troop withdrawal, that the Mexican government should recognize their right to return in the case of further border incidents. On May 11, acting on Carranza's personal instructions, Obregon declared that the talks were suspended. The Carranza government then began to face the invading COLUM. Not only did this move accord with its own positions, but the rising tide of popular indignation and anti-imperialist sentiment had virtually forced the government's hand. The invasion had considerably boosted Villa's image in the north. By June a force of 10,000 federal soldiers was already in Chihuahua, with orders to prevent any U.S. troop movements except in the direction of the border. On June 21, 1916, a Mexican army detachment clashed with the punitive expedition at El Carrizal, forcing it to retreat and capturing a number of prisoners. On July 4, the Carranza government again took the initiative of proposing negotiations, and these were opened on September 4. However, the Americans still insisted on various conditions for a troop withdrawal, while the Mexican representatives would only agree to negotiate on the basis of an unconditional withdrawal. 225. Other factors were now intervening to bring an agreement closer. Villa had been able to continue his guerrilla operations, and the mounting popular resistance to U.S. troops was harmful to both the Americans and the Carranzists. In the face of the invasion, the internal divisions Washington had hoped to exploit were giving way to a de facto alliance from below against the invaders and anyone who supported them. The Carranzist troops were themselves ever more reluctant to fight Villa and exerted considerable pressure for the expulsion of the invaders. In mid-September, in an action that displayed his partial military recovery and the counterproductive effect of the U.S. operation, Villa entered the city of Chihuahua, released all the prisoners from jail, and seized arms, ammunition, and food supplies for his own troops and the local population. Martin Lopez took special pleasure in riding his horse up the steps of the Chihuahua government house. Their objectives achieved, the Villist forces withdrew from the city. In October 1916, Villa issued a manifesto to the nation that called for resistance to the invaders and expropriation of all foreign mining and railway companies, and stated that no foreigner with less than 25 years of residence should be allowed to own any property in the country. The manifesto ended with the slogan "Mexico for the Mexicans." As always in Latin America, the anti-imperialist struggle radicalized the program of its protagonists, in this case the Villist faction. At the same time, the course of the war in Europe was making U.S. intervention there an ever more imminent prospect. It was therefore necessary to end the invasion of Mexico, which had at least been a kind of trial run for European operations and served to increase the number of men under arms. In June 1916, for example, more than 100,000 soldiers were conscripted and deployed along the border with Mexico. By the end of the year, it was already clear that the punitive expedition had failed in its objectives and become tied to its positions. It is estimated that Villa then had more than 10,226 men in his guerrilla force. Carranza's government had not produced the expected concessions, and had continued its efforts to structure the new regime. Since a decision had already been taken to call the Constituent Congress for the end of the year, the further presence of U.S. troops would merely help to push the Congress delegates and resolutions to the left. On December 22, as if to underline the complete failure of the expedition, Villa captured the city of Torreon for the third time since the beginning of the revolution, while the Constituent Congress was in session in Querétaro. On January 2, 1917, General Pershing finally received the order to pull out. The withdrawal concluded on February 5 as the new constitution was being solemnly proclaimed in Querétaro. A well-known ballad later recalled, "Did the Americans think that war was a ballroom dance? Back to their land they went, with shame writ all over their face." Many explanations have been given for Villa's action. Some say that Villa was enraged by the murder of a group of Mexican workers who had entered the United States. Others say it was a reprisal for the support given to Carranza, when constitutionalist troops had been allowed to cross U.S. territory to defeat the Villist forces in Sonora. For their part, the Soviet writers Alperovich and Rudenko argue that a section of the U.S. bourgeoisie may have provoked Villa's invasion in order to have a pretext for military intervention in Mexico. The most convincing interpretation is provided by Friedrich Katz, who cuts through emotional or conspiratorial factors to analyze Villa's military motivation. Katz argues that Villa took the decision to raid U.S. territory several months in advance. In return for Washington's diplomatic recognition, Villa believed that Carranza intended to present to the Congress. The attack was directed against both them and the president. Carranza intervened in their defense, and their credentials were eventually accepted. But the dividing line had now been established. After Carranza's project presentation, discussion began on the draft constitution. In reality, it merely revised the 1857 liberal constitution on a number of political organizational points, failing to mention any of the social gains and demands promised especially since December 1914. The conservative tendency naturally supported Carranza's draft, while the radical, Jacobin wing sought to integrate deep political and social reforms into the juridical structure of the country. One section even considered that these should fall into a socialist-type perspective. The essential content of these reforms was to establish a very broad system of democratic safeguards and legal backup mechanisms, to create an exclusively state-run education system, with no private or clerical interference, to write into the Constitution the various measures on the liquidation of latifundia, the redistribution of land to the peasantry, the protection of small holdings, 233. The restitution of communal lands, and the encouragement of collective farming, to nationalize all the mineral and oil wealth of the Mexican subsoil, establishing the necessary legal principle for the eventual nationalization of all extractive industries, to limit the right to private property, subordinating it to the social interest, and to express in the Constitution a system of workers' rights and safeguards which liberal constitutions never mention and, at best, leave for future legislation. The main leader of the Jacobin tendency was Francisco José Mujica. He headed a group of constitutionalist army officers, and in his struggle for these reforms he drew support from deputies linked to the labor movement. With the backing of sympathetic centrist representatives, the tendency won a Congress majority that was reflected in the composition of various committees. Although the delegates generally accepted those clauses of Carranza's draft that involved a political reorganization beyond the framework of the 1857 Constitution, they effectively rejected his vision of a bourgeois liberal constitution with no place for social questions. The Jacobin wing thus imposed its alternative position in a number of crucial articles: number 3, on education, number 27, on the land and public ownership of the subsoil, number 123, on workers' rights, and number 130, on the secularization of church property. These articles, particularly those referring to the agrarian question and workers' rights, cut across Carranza's intentions and convert his proposed modification of the 1857 text into a new constitution. Thus, when it was finally approved on January 31, 1917, the Mexican Constitution was undoubtedly the most advanced in the world. It was not socialist. Yet it virtually declared the big landowners and latifundia to be unconstitutional, thereby dismantling one of the former pillars of Mexican capitalism. It 234 guaranteed the rights of workers and peasants, not just the rights of man in general. It was a nationalist document that favored nationalization reforms in the main branches of the economy. The final text of Article 27, for example, though embodying a compromise between conservatives and Jacobins, contains the following statement: the lands and waters within Mexico's national territory originally belonged to the nation, which has had and still has the right to pass them on to individuals in the form of private property. The nation will always have the right to impose on private property those forms which are dictated by the public interest. It further declares that the nation has inalienable and imprescriptible ownership of the waters and subsoil minerals, and that individuals may only be granted a concession to exploit such resources. After prescribing the norms of land redistribution, the article establishes the modern form of communal ownership, the ejido, as a constitutionally recognized addition to small holdings. The population centers which de facto or de jure retain the communal form, shall have the capacity to exploit in common the land, woodlands, and waters which belong to them or have been, or shall be, restored to them. It then cancels all the seizures of communal land, waters, and woodland carried out under the Porfirio Diaz regime, and orders that these be returned to the villages in accordance with their previous title deeds. Population centers which have no communal land, it adds, or which cannot have it restored because they lack the title deeds or are unable to identify the land in question or have legally alienated it, shall be endowed with sufficient land and waters to constitute such communal property, in accordance with the requirements of the population. In no case shall the necessary extension be denied them, and to this end the federal government shall expropriate a suitable quantity of land situated near the village in question. The most important provisions of Article 123 are as follows: a maximum workday of 8 hours, or 7 at night, ban on 235. Nighttime, dangerous and insalubrious work for women and for minors below 16 years of age, a ban on the employment of children below 12 years of age, and a maximum 6-hour day for minors below 16, 1 compulsory day of rest per week, a month's rest after childbirth and special facilities during lactation, a minimum living wage, the sharing of profits in every agricultural, commercial, manufacturing or mining enterprise, equal pay for equal work, with no distinction of sex and nationality, compulsory payment of the full wage in legal tender, double payment of overtime, an obligation for employers to provide their workers with comfortable, hygienic accommodation at a monthly rent not exceeding 0.5% of the property value, and to create schools, infirmaries and other necessary public services, compensation for work accidents, hygiene and health measures in places of work, the right to associate freely, to form labor unions, and to hold strikes and stoppages, the formation of workforce management parity committees, to arbitrate in labor disputes together with a representative of the state, prohibition of unfair dismissal, nullification of any clause in a labor contract which contradicts these rights or restores employers' shops either directly and indirectly, a ban on the disarrangement or alienation of a worker's family household, and the ratification of social security laws. Article 130 imposes severe restrictions on the churches, particularly the dominant Catholic Church. It stipulates that matrimony is a civil contract, that religious groups calling themselves churches have no legal status, that religious ministers will be considered as 236 persons exercising a profession, their total number to be fixed by each state legislature, and that only Mexicans by birth are allowed to carry out this function. It forbids the clergy to take part in politics, to vote, or to associate for political purposes, and prohibits the publication of religious journals that involve themselves in political questions. It is strictly forbidden for any kind of political grouping to bear a title or any token whatsoever which links it to any religious confession. Meetings of a political character are not allowed in churches. The 1917 Constitution retained Article 39 of the 1857 document, which stipulated that the people shall always have the inalienable right to change or modify their form of government. It also reaffirmed the provision in Article 10 to the effect that every citizen has the right to possess arms of any kind for his safety and legitimate defense. The Jacobin wing, which imposed these reforms on Carranza, looked to Minister of War Obregon for his indirect support. Possibly he had not intended to go so far, but in effect he did give them decisive backing in the conflict with Carranza. The members of the High Command, it was Obregon who best understood that military victory had to be consolidated through major concessions to the crucial revolutionary forces, and that since the policy of the left had served to unite the social forces necessary for the defeat of Villism and the isolation of Zapatism, much of it had to be incorporated into the Constitution if the precarious unity of the constitutionalist movement was to be maintained. Above all, after December 22, 1916, Obregon made a decisive intervention in the Congress to overcome resistance to Article 27. For it was on that day that Villa's troops captured the city of Torreon, revealing the still hot embers of peasant war and the mass discontent with the whole reactionary policy followed by Carranza in 1916. In the end, then, an alliance between the Obregonist center and the Jacobin left pushed through the final text of the Constitution. 237. Articles 27, 123, and 130 not only express the influence of local reforms applied by revolutionary constitutionalist officers, but went beyond the golden Article 8 of the Turian Pact by raising the most advanced Villist program to the level of a constitutional law backed by the full power of the central state apparatus. Another factor in the adoption of Article 27 was the need for a government program with which to confront the Zapatist law of October 1915 and its influence on the peasant masses. Most crucial of all, however, was the fact that the Jacobin tendency brought into the victorious faction the nationalist, popular, anti-imperialist features of the revolution, the diffuse power of the peasant war. 6 years of national uprising, peasant war, mass eruption, armed land redistribution, liquidation of latifundia-based capitalist structures, elimination of their personnel at every level. All this had effected a deep and irreversible transformation in the structure of the country and the consciousness of its people. In the Mexican Revolution, like all revolutions, the youth burst onto the arena. Generals of 20 or 25 appeared at the head of the armies, and the vast majority of the men ruling Mexico were between 20 and 35 years of age. Frank Tannenbaum makes an acute observation on this characteristic. The Constitution was written by the soldiers of the Revolution, not by the lawyers, who were there, but were generally in the opposition. On all the crucial issues the lawyers voted against the majority of the convention. The majority was in the hands of the soldiers, generals, colonels, majors, men who had marched and counter-marched across the Republic and had fought its battles. The ideas of the Constitutional Convention, as they developed, came from scattered sources. The soldiers wanted, as General Mugica said to me, to socialize property. But they were frightened, afraid of their own courage, of their own ideas. They found all of 238. The learned men in the convention opposed to them. Article 27 was a compromise. Point 12. It is not enough, then, to say that the 1917 Constitution was a bourgeois constitution. Undoubtedly it was, and under its protection the bourgeoisie and capitalism would undergo development in Mexico. But it is also an indirect, remote, in short, constitutional testimony to the conquests of the mass struggle. The 1917 Constitution ratified the victory of the first nationalist revolution in Latin America. After the Constitution was adopted, successive U.S. administrations started a protracted struggle against this document that gave legal sanction to the triumph of the nationalist and agrarian revolution. Directing its fire particularly against Articles 3, 27,123, and 130, the U.S. government used all available means to force a change in the text or to prevent its application to American citizens and property. Carranza, acting on behalf of the national propertied classes rather than imperialism, also tried to restrict the range of these articles. On December 14, 1918, he presented two draft amendments to Articles 27 and 123 with the aim of curbing the right to strike, and a week later, he sent the Congress a proposed revision of Article 130 that would have deprived local legislative bodies of the right to limit the number of priests, removed the condition that they should be Mexicans by birth, and exempted their chattels from the requirements of Article 27 of the Constitution. In support of the latter change, Carranza argued that Article 130 was a limitation of human conscience and a departure from national legal antecedents. The Daily Excelsior commented that the presidential initiative was designed to purge the Querétaro Magna Carta of its Jacobin exaggerations so inappropriate to our social historical situation. Although this purification program was not on the whole successful, the democratic clauses of the Constitution would largely remain a dead letter for subsequent governments, while its social clauses only received application insofar as popular organizations 239. Created a favorable relationship of forces. Point 13. Only during the second phase of the Mexican Revolution, in General Lázaro Cárdenas's presidential term, with General Francisco J. Mujica as his closest friend and secretary in his cabinet, would the agrarian and social conquests gained through its own influence at Querétaro be actually translated into reality. Point 14. THEMORELOSCOMMUNE. 8. During the high tide of the peasant revolution, expressed in the fragile unity of Xochimilco and the occupation of the capital, the northern and southern sectors were impelled toward the conquest of the centers of power and their own unification at a national level. After the withdrawal from Mexico City in January 1915, they definitively retreated into their separate regions of origin, with no other prospect than defensive battles and then guerrilla warfare. As in every peasant war, however, which by definition lacks a single center, the rhythm and forms of the retreat were not identical. In 1915, as we have seen, the Carranzists concentrated their thrust against the Villist army, the decisive military force in the peasant revolution, which, through Felipe Angeles, potentially carried a bourgeois alternative based on the peasant masses rather than on the pro-Carranzist sections of the urban petty bourgeoisie, the working class, and even the peasantry. At this time, the military struggle against Zapatism was essentially a holding operation not yet designed to confront and smash it. Containment was a feasible objective because it corresponded to the nature of the Morelos movement, whose very forms of military organization reflected its attachment to the land and the local region. It was not just by reason of military weakness that the Carranzist forces under General Obregon avoided a war on two fronts. Their social weakness was also a source of grave concern. The tumultuous peasant revolution had not abated, the tide was only just beginning to turn, and all the favorable signs did not add up to a guarantee, even for Obregon's Bonapartist political instinct. The operational 241 Army was still a roving military fragment, no weaker but also no stronger than either of the two peasant armies. On the other hand, Obregon understood that the war against Villa had to be essentially a confrontation between two armies, whereas the plan against Zapata, entrenched in his own region, would have to be more than a social war with a military casing. Obregon would not be the man for that kind of war, his function being to reap its fruits through a later political deal. For all these reasons, Obregon's campaign in central and northern Mexico gave the southern masses a certain respite to develop their peasant democracy in the Morelos region, of which they felt masters. This was to be one of the most important episodes of the Mexican Revolution. 1 The Morelos peasants practiced in their home state the true essence of the Ayala Plan, revolutionary liquidation of the latifundia. Moreover, since the latifundia, with sugar mills as their economic heart, were the form in which capitalism existed in Morelos, they thereby liquidated the basic centers of capitalism in the region. Although they applied an old pre-capitalist view of the world, this took an anti-capitalist form in the laws drafted by their leaders in the second decade of the 20th century. The aim was to nationalize the sugar mills without compensation, placing them under peasant administration through the Zapatist army officers. The armed struggle and land distribution since 1911 on, the victory over the Federal Army, the downfall of Diaz, Madero, and Huerta, the occupation of the national capital all gave the Morelos peasants and their leaders enormous confidence in their capacity to take decisions, which they applied in their home territory. Although the national revolutionary tide halted and began to ebb after December 1914, the process combined with a continuing upsurge at the local level. This could not last for long. But the time limit was not, and could not have been, known to the peasants and agricultural workers who set about rebuilding Morelos society in accordance with their own conceptions. The Morelos leaders, based on the strength and aspirations of 242. The peasant army and villages, did what they had wanted to do at the national level through a government they were unable to sustain. In their own region, they knew the terrain and the people, and they felt secure from a social, organizational, political, and military point of view. The peasant revolution from which their strength came was much deeper than their own understanding, since its roots lay in old communal traditions and in traditional social Indian structures which had always been an instrument of struggle and resistance. The leaders' actions again showed that the Mexican Peasant War had developed not only as an individual struggle for land, but, much more profoundly, as a collective fight for land and power. The Southern Liberation Army, the Zapatist people in arms, was the essential instrument of this struggle at the level of politics, just as the Northern Division had been at a military level. Officially, Morelos came under the authority of the Convention government, which had still been functioning in the Federal District in early January 1915 and returned there after Obregon's army left for central Mexico in March. The Zapatist General Manuel Palafox had immediately joined the Convention government in December 1914 as Minister of Agriculture, and he remained in this post after Gutierrez and his men defected in January and the Villist Roque Gonzalez Garza assumed the presidency. Palafox was on the left wing of Zapata's political general staff. His letter of September 1914 to Atina Sala already showed that he had gone furthest in interpreting the ideas of the Ayala Plan and giving them a socialist content. In the days following the Xochimilco Pact, he had made a great effort to drive forward the agrarian revolution and the implementation of those ideas. In the middle of December 1914, a U.S. agent in Mexico gave the following description of Palafox in a letter to the Secretary of State: "He is intractable, and his rabid socialistic ideas would not help to solve problems in a manner beneficial to this country." When the agent had requested a safe conduct to Visjayton. 243. American-owned hacienda, Palafox refused him on the grounds that all these properties should be divided up to give land to the poor. And when the agent protested that it was owned by an American, Palafox said that it was all the same whether it belonged to North Americans or to some other foreigner, that the lands should be redistributed. The letter ends with some typical threatening advice. "I can see he's the kind of man who will cause the Ministry of Foreign Affairs a great deal of work that could be avoided too." In January 1915, a month or so after he became Minister of Agriculture, Palafox founded the National Rural Credit Bank and ordered the creation of regional agricultural schools and a national agriculture implements factory. In the middle of the month, he set up a special land redistribution bureau and invited peasants from states other than Morelos to present their land claims. Agrarian commissions, comprising young volunteer agronomists from the National Agricultural School, took charge of demarcating the land to be redistributed, or already redistributed, in the agrarian reform zones. Morelos was virtually the only state where such commissions functioned on a regular basis. They surveyed and delimited nearly every village in the state, allocating agricultural land, woodland, and stretches of water. At the end of January, some 40 young agronomists arrived with all their equipment in Cuernavaca, now the seat of the convention government. Obregon's army had just occupied the capital, and some of them had barely managed to escape the blockade between Mexico City and Morelos State. The commissions faced many other difficulties in completing their task. In order to delineate the lands of each village, they had to study age-old title deeds, many from the time of the viceroyship, which were often very imprecise or mentioned land features that were hard to identify. Much of this land had been seized by the haciendas, and in some cases they had subsequently let it out to peasants from another village. Whenever there was a dispute, the 244 Commission would invite village delegates to a meeting and try to reach a satisfactory agreement. Some conflict was inevitable, but this collective method usually allowed it to be overcome in the end, thereby increasing the authority of the commissioners and the willingness of the peasantry to collaborate with them. Through this system of land distribution, the peasants themselves played an essential role in arguing their case and arriving at a solution that conformed to their traditions and requirements. This gave the whole process a strength that no state authority could have transmitted. Mart R. Gomez, a member of one of these commissions, later recalled a typical story concerning the demarcation of land between the villages of Yautepec and Ananequilco. General Zapata personally attended this discussion. "We reached the place where representatives of the two villages were assembled," Gomez writes. "He called over the old men who had been brought as experts. He listened with particular deference to Mr. Pedro Valero, showing respect for his age and his past struggle to defend the Yautepec lands against Atlahuay and Hacienda. Then he turned to the engineer Rubio, and incidentally to myself, 'The villagers say that this stone wall marks the boundary, so would you please draw its outline for me? You engineers can be very fond of your straight lines, but this wall will mark the boundary even if you have to work 6 months measuring all its twists and turns.'" In March 1915 Zapata wrote to the Conventionist president, Roque Gonzalez Garza, "The agrarian question has been solved once and for all. On the basis of their land deeds, the various villages in the state have taken possession of the land in question." At the same time, Palafox kept control of land that was not distributed to the villages. His plan was to expropriate all this land without compensation, so as to meet the future needs of the peasantry or to satisfy collective requirements. Mart R. Gomez explains that although the text of the Ayala Plan had not been changed since 1911, the underlying principles 245 had grown considerably more radical. In all justice, he writes, it should also be recognized that General Zapata's promises in 1911, when he signed the Ayala Plan, were different from what he intended to practice in 1915 through his agrarian commissions. We were simply asked to draw the boundaries between different villages. It did not occur to anyone that we should pick up the hacienda plans and identify the 2/3 of their property that should be respected. Palafox's measures went still further, involving nationalization without compensation of the Morelos sugar mills and distilleries. On the basis of decrees ratified in 1914, Zapata set these mills in operation as state enterprises. As soon as Palafox assumed office as Minister of Agriculture, he ordered that repair work should start on mills abandoned by their former owners and damaged by war, plunder, and neglect. By early March 1915, 4 of these were already functioning under the management of senior Zapatist officers: Temixco, under General Genovevo de Lao; Hospital, under General Emigdio Marmolejo; Atlahuayan, under General Amador Salazar; and Zacatepec, under General Lorenzo Vazquez. Generals Modesto Rangel, Eufemio Zapata, and Morilio Mejia later took charge of reopened mills at Puente, Cuauhtlixco, and Cuahuistla, respectively. The profits that began to appear were handed over to Zapatist headquarters and used for military expenditures and assistance to war widows. This kind of agrarian socialism, however, met an obstacle in the smallholder customs and inclinations of the peasant base. Having newly acquired their land, the peasants tended to revive the cultivation of subsistence crops or the rearing of poultry, all of which could easily be sold in local markets. Zapata waged a campaign to convince at least some peasants that they should not merely grow vegetables but also plant cane for the sugar industry. In order to encourage this, he organized loans or grants of money and seed. If you go on sowing chilies, onions, and tomatoes, he told the peasants of Villa Ayala, you will never escape the poverty in which you have always lived. 246. So you ought to plant cane, as I have advised you. Yet he seems to have had only limited success, and the further evolution of the war made it impossible to continue the experience. All these measures and dispositions, involving state ownership of the centers of industrial production and individual or communal peasant ownership of the base, received codification in a law of October 1915 adopted by the Executive Council during a recess of the full convention. 3 Inspired by Palafox and almost certainly drafted by him, this was the peak of Zapatism's socialist-style legislation. Emiliano Zapata's decree of September 8, 1914, had already formulated the essential principle that property belonging to enemies of the revolution should be used to buy out other landowners entitled to compensation. Although these decrees therefore covered all capitalists and big landowners, they did not clarify whether industrial, as opposed to agrarian, property expropriated in this way should subsequently take the form of state enterprises, or whether it should revert to private ownership. Nevertheless, the case of the Morelos sugar complexes and distilleries, converted into de facto state enterprises or national factories, suggests that the agrarian expropriations would have followed a socialist dynamic if the Zapatist regime had had a pathway to the future. The history of other countries, especially Cuba, would confirm this many years later. Palafox's agrarian law was the juridical expression of the land redistribution measures that the peasantry, in collaboration with the agrarian commissions, had already been taking in Morelos. Although the surviving fiction of a conventionist government gave it a national form, its real field of application did not go beyond Zapatist territory. Still, it was more radical than any other agrarian reform law in Latin America, with the exception of the Cuban decrees of 1961 and later. Like all Zapatist legislation, it took care to leave ample room for the initiative of peasants and villages. The preamble to the agrarian law begins by relating the law to the Ayala Plan. The initial Zapatist program, it declares, concept rated 247. The burning aspirations of the insurgent armed people, especially their agrarian demands, which are the innermost source and supreme goal of the revolution. Consequently, it is urgently necessary to give these principles of the plan a duly regulated form, so that they may pass straight into practice as general and immediately applicable laws. These references to the Ayala Plan underline the fact that the essential ideas of the agrarian law were already contained in Zapata's 1911 program. The revolution merely developed and enriched them, making them a reality through the distribution of the land. The preamble concludes with this statement. The exercise of any public office in the present times imposes a sacred duty to perform revolutionary work, and yet not a few authorities are far from discharging this duty and thereby show that they are not identified with the revolution. They refuse to promote the measures taken for the economic and social emancipation of the people, making common cause with reactionaries, landowners, and other exploiters of the working classes. In order to clarify where they stand, it is therefore necessary for the government to make a forthright statement that it will consider as hostile to the cause any authority which, forgetting its character as an organ of the revolution, does not effectively assist in the triumph of the ideals of the cause. Article 1 then declares, communities or individuals which have been despoiled of fields, woodland, and waters shall have them restored if they possess legal deeds dated before the year 1856, so that they may immediately enter into possession of their property. Article 2 prescribes the form in which these rights should be claimed. By virtue of Article 3, the nation recognizes the traditional, historical right of villages, hamlets, and communities of the Republic to possess and administer their communally owned lands in the form they consider most advantageous. 248. Article 4 defines the rights of smallholders. The nation recognizes the unquestionable right of every Mexican to own and cultivate an expanse of land whose produce shall allow him to cover the needs of himself and his family. For the purpose of creating small-scale property, all the land in the country shall be expropriated by reason of public utility and with appropriate compensation, the only exceptions being land owned by villages, hamlets, and communities, and landed property which, not exceeding the legal maximum, is to remain in the possession of its current owners. Article 5 establishes the maximum that may be owned by proprietors who are not enemies of the revolution. There is a table of 18 categories, ranging from prime quality irrigated land in a warm climate, through poor quality seasonal land in a temperate climate and poor pasture land, to uncultivated land in the north of the Republic. Article 7 stipulates that land in excess of these limits shall be expropriated by reason of public utility, with appropriate compensation based on the 1914 fiscal census, and at a time and in a form prescribed by regulation. However, Article 6 is the clearest and most decisive. The rural holdings of enemies of the revolution are declared national property. In other words, they were nationalized without compensation. The same article goes on to define enemies of the revolution for the purposes of this law. The list includes científicos or supporters of Porfirio Diaz, officials of Diaz or Huerta who acquired property by fraudulent or immoral means, politicians, public servants and businessmen who enriched themselves under the Diaz regime by carrying out felonious operations or granting concessions especially harmful to the nation, supporters of Huerta, and high members of the clergy who helped to sustain the usurper Huerta. The final category is so broad that it covers virtually all the big agrarian and industrial property owners of the time, g. those who directly or indirectly assisted the dictatorial. 249. Governments of Diaz and Huerta and other hostile governments in their struggle against the revolution. Also included in this clause are all those who supplied funds or war taxes to such governments, sustained or subsidized newspapers fighting the revolution, attacked or denounced supporters of the revolution, carried out divisive activity among the revolutionary forces, or in any other way entered into complicity with governments combating the revolutionary cause. According to Article 8, the Ministry of Agriculture and Land Colonization would appoint commissions to establish which persons in each state were enemies of the revolution under the terms of Article 6 and therefore liable to the penalty of confiscation, to be applied forthwith. A single appeal could be made to the special land tribunals, whose creation was signaled in Article 9. Article 10 stipulated that all land acquired under Articles 5 and 6 should be divided into lots and distributed among those Mexicans who requested, preference being given to peasants in all such cases. Each lot was to be sufficiently large to satisfy the needs of one family. Articles 11 and 13 establish the methods of implementation, giving absolute priority in adjudication to those who are presently sharecroppers or tenants of small farms. Articles 14 and 15 state that land allocated to communities or individuals is not alienable and cannot be mortgaged in any way, and that the rights over such property can only be transmitted through legitimate inheritance. Many of the remaining articles, numbers 16 to 35, define the authority of the Ministry of Agriculture and Land Colonization, concentrating such great power in the hands of the Minister for Agriculture, then Manuel Palafox, that it effectively involved a revolutionary dictatorship along Jacobin lines. Article 16 states, in order that this law may be executed in the most rapid and adequate manner, the Ministry of Agriculture and Land Colonization shall have the exclusive power to implement the agrarian principles contained in the law, and to learn and direct all the affairs of the branch. This does not involve an attack on the 250 sovereignty of the individual states, but is merely designed to ensure that the ideals of the revolution are speedily applied to improve conditions for the disinherited farmers of the Republic. Articles 17 and 18 resolve that the Ministry of Agriculture, and it alone, shall establish agricultural colonies and create a national irrigation and construction service. Article 19 decrees, the woodlands are declared national property, and the Ministry of Agriculture shall ensure their inspection in a form regulated by it. They shall be exploited, according to the communal system, by the villages under whose jurisdiction they Articles 20 and 21 direct the Ministry of Agriculture to found an agricultural bank under its own exclusive management. To this financial end, stipulates Article 22, the Ministry of Agriculture and Land Colonization is authorized to confiscate or nationalize urban property, the equipment of nationalized or expropriated property, or manufactures of any kind, including the chattels, machinery, and other objects therein, always provided that they belong to enemies of the revolution. Article 27 adds that 20% of the funds raised from the nationalized property specified in Article 22 shall be used to pay compensation for expropriated property on the basis of the 1914 fiscal census. These financial measures have their origin in Palafox's letter to a tenor Sala of September 1914. Article 23 cancels all existing agricultural concessions and authorizes the Ministry of Agriculture to sanction those which it judges beneficial for the people and the government. Article 24 further authorizes it to establish regional schools for agriculture and forestry, as well as experimental stations. Articles 25 and 26 lay down an obligation to till the newly allocated lands, ordering that they be forfeited if, without justification, they are not cultivated for 2 years. Articles 28 and 29 authorize smallholders to form production or marketing cooperatives, but it debars these from becoming share. 251. Companies or involving anyone who is not a direct agricultural producer. Articles 32, 33, and 34 declare all waters to be national property and prioritize their use for agricultural purposes. The 35th and final article renders null and void all contracts involving the alienation of property owned by enemies of the revolution. This is followed by a final stipulation designed to ensure that the villages themselves immediately apply the law. In effect, it gives legal sanction to land distribution from below, and even encourages the peasants to implement it without waiting for the central authorities to intervene. Here, as in the whole text, can be seen the profound difference from the Carranzist agrarian law of January 1915. All municipal authorities of the Republic, states this article, are under an obligation to fulfill and make others fulfill the dispositions of this law, without losing time or invoking any excuse. They must immediately place villages and individuals in possession of land and other property belonging to them under the terms of this law, even though the agrarian commissions appointed by the Ministry of Agriculture and Land Colonization may later make appropriate rectifications. Let it be understood that municipal authorities which fail or are negligent in their duty will be considered enemies of the revolution and severely punished. The law is dated October 28, 1915, Cuernavaca, and signed by Manuel Palafox, Minister of Agriculture and Land Colonization, Otilio E. Montano, Minister of Public Education and the Arts, Luis Zubiria y Campa, Minister of Finance and Public Credit, Genaro Amezcua, representing the War Ministry, and Miguel Mendoza El Schwerdfegerd, Minister of Labor and Justice. 4. The importance of Palafox's agrarian law resides not in its effects, which did not have time to make themselves felt, but in its programmatic content. Although it merely condensed the peasants' actions into general legal articles, its various dispositions amounted to a clear-out government program. The convention government, however, was not only a fiction as a national entity, but had already 252 split into Villist and Zapatist wings, while the Northern Division, the only military force that could have guaranteed its existence and enforced the agrarian law, had already suffered its decisive series of defeats. Nevertheless, this program set forth a full-scale transformation of the country, with a revolutionary dictatorship based upon liquidation of the latifundia and land redistribution under the control of the peasants' local organs of power. It was not a socialist but a radical Jacobin program. Yet it established a dynamic that corresponded to the anti-capitalist thrust of the Mexican Peasant War, a petty bourgeois dictatorship from above, wedded to mass initiative from below, and an onslaught on the enemy involving expropriation without compensation. This combination had set up a socialist dynamic which, above all in 1915, magnified the original revolutionary import of the Ayala Plan. The new law would have undergone a similar revolutionary inflection as it was applied from below in AC Ordonnance with its final section. However, it was issued at a time when the main task facing the Zapatists was to defend the gains already achieved. By October 28 they had long since abandoned the capital, and the convention had entered its phase of disintegration. In fact, it was the minority Zapatist wing that approved the law, profiting from the fact that the convention was not then in session. The national ebb of the revolution was already visible to all. On October 19, the United States had recognized the Carranza administration as the only legitimate government of Mexico. At the end of the month, Villa was leading the remnants of the Northern Division in their final retreat across the Chihuahua Mountains. The agrarian law therefore signaled that the most radical fraction was trying to accelerate on paper what it was losing in the real struggle. Hence the law's air of unreality, which, as we shall see, went together with Palafox's personal sense of exasperation. It is possible that Palafox was seeking to leave behind some codification of his ideas on the country's government. But it is also likely that he believed in the law's magical capacity to stimulate the 253 revolution, just as Villa hoped to revive it a few months before with a military victory over Obregón. The law should really have been issued in December 1914, at the height of the revolution, as a conventionist government program underpinning a military offensive against Veracruz. Unlike so many projects in the Mexican Revolution, however, the law was not merely a theoretical lucubration. It was actually applied to the lands and sugar mills of Morelos, being complemented by other measures that established forms of village self-government and decision-making. Its importance lies in the fact that it expressed a revolutionary social reality and the urge to extend that reality to the whole country. 5 In order to gauge its significance, we should remember that all this happened during World War I. There was nowhere in the world anything that could serve as a precedent. Although Palafox may or may not have been familiar with the theoretical texts, he could not build on any actual experience. The Paris Commune, which had taken nationalization measures, armed the people, and introduced citizens' government, was a remote and fleeting episode. Its world echo did, to be sure, reach Mexico. Yet there is no evidence that it had more than a faint impact on Zapata, not to mention the peasants of Morelos. Perhaps some history of the Commune had figured in the reading of Palafox or other Zapatist intellectuals. But their rhetoric, even the choice of the name convention, harked back more to the Great French Revolution. Had it not been for the socialist-type positions of the radical wing, however, they could never have been generalized in the form of a juridical and programmatic text. Palafox and his fellow radicals proved capable of this task, even though Gutierrez and the urban core of the convention had deserted the cause, and even though they were themselves already divided from the Villists. In this period, Zapatism entrenched itself in its peasant state, abandoned by unstable allies and dependent solely upon the armed villages of Morelos. It remained alone. This was at once its weakness and its strength. The Morelos peasants and agricultural workers. 254. Created a commune of which the precedent was Paris 1871. They established it not on paper but in reality. If the Zapatist agrarian law was so important, this is because it revealed a radical wing that, going beyond the local peasant horizon, had the will to remold the whole country. In their home territory, the Zapatists created an egalitarian society with communal roots, and they maintained it until they finally lost power. Whereas the radical constitutionalists of the Querétaro Congress called themselves Jacobins, the radical Zapatists might with as much justice have called themselves the equals. For they were to the Querétaro Jacobins what Gracchus Babeuf's equals had been to the Jacobins of the French Convention, except that the more rural Zapatists were not a conspiratorial group in the line of the French Revolution, but the leaders of a peasant revolution that had assumed local power and still aspired to national power. The struggle of the Morelos Commune was the most far-reaching episode of the Mexican Revolution. In order to erase every trace of its existence, the Carrancist army therefore had to exterminate half the Morelos population, with the same wild fury that Thiers' troops displayed against the workers of Paris in 1871. While the peasant revolution was following its course in Zapatist territory, the defection of Eulalio Gutierrez led to a continual decline in the political power of the convention and a corresponding rise in internal strife and intrigue. Early in April 1915, when the convention returned to a Mexico City abandoned by Obregon's operational army for the central battlefields, a conflict erupted between Palafox and the new conventionist president, Roque Gonzalez Garza. At the beginning of May, Palafox had to step down. Zapata was so angry at the turn of events that, breaking with his usual custom, he made a special journey to the capital in an unsuccessful effort to have Palafox reinstalled. It was to be the last time he entered Mexico City. A month later, Gonzalez Garza was defeated in the convention and had to resign. Palafox regained 255. His post at the Ministry of Agriculture, but within a government weaker than ever before. In the north, Villa had already lost the two battles of Celaya. In the south, Zapata had his headquarters in the small town of Tlaltizapan, true capital of a state where the Catrines dared not tread, or, if they did, were soon put out of circulation. 6 Womack condenses the graphic description of the town given by a North American agent who met Zapata in May 1915. Here, unlike in Mexico City, there was no busy display of confiscate luxury, no gleeful consumption of captured treasure, no swarm of bureaucrats leaping from telephone to limousine, only the regular measured round of native business. The days Zapata passed in his offices in an old rice mill at the northern edge of the town, hearing petitions, forwarding them to Palafox in Mexico City or ruling on them himself, deciding strategy and policy, dispatching orders. In the evenings he and his aides relaxed in the plaza, drinking, arguing about plucky cocks and fast and frisky horses, discussing the rains and prices with farmers who joined them for a beer, Zapata as always smoking slowly on a cigar. 7. When in June 1915 Obregon routed the Northern Division in Leon, military activity in the south was at a purely local level, at the most involving attacks on the supply routes between Veracruz and the operational army forces. On July 11, Pablo González occupied Mexico City, and the convention withdrew to maintain its ever more fictitious existence in Toluca. Some days later, the Carrancist troops again hastily abandoned the city to the Zapatists in order to stem Fierro's attack on Hidalgo. But they returned to take the capital on August 2, this time holding it for good. Villa had already suffered in Aguascalientes the last of his 4 successive defeats, and Obregón was in vigorous pursuit of his retreating army. Zapata then resumed his military harassment of the forces in the capital, and at the end of September he took the Necaxa electric power station on the very outskirts of the city. But he was very quickly 256 forced to surrender it, while the Carrancists established firm control over the whole Mexico Valley. The convention finally split up on October 10 in Toluca, the Villists going to the north and the Zapatists taking refuge in Cuernavaca. Palafox there reorganized the convention as if it were still the legitimate national government. But on October 19, Washington officially recognized the Carranza government and prohibited the sale of arms and ammunition to any other faction. Although this did, of course, correspond to the new relationship of forces, it above all involved a political decision to support Carranza's side. Whatever our past differences, Washington seemed to be saying, the U.S. government now recognizes the Carrancists as the party of order in the Mexican Civil War. This in turn accelerated the regrouping of all the property-owning classes behind Carranza's fight against the peasant bandits in the north and south. At this point, then, his government could count on support, varying in enthusiasm, sincerity, and durability, from quite a wide spectrum of forces. At one end of the spectrum were the workers of the Casa del Obrero Mundial, peasants attracted by the law of 1915, the radical petty bourgeois who later formed the Querétaro Jacobins, young officers who, like Lázaro Cárdenas, would be in the forefront of the new revolutionary rise in the 1930s, and young constitutionalist army men, such as Obregón, Calles, and Aaron Saenz, who were eager for riches and would become the nucleus of the new bourgeoisie. At the other end were the Mexico City industrialists, big landowners who hoped to recover property in Morelos or at least to preserve their urban property, and the government of the United States. Against this heterogeneous front, the Zapatist movement stood alone and encircled in its home territory, proving the depth and tenacity of its revolution. The Morelos peasantry, led by Zapata and other military leaders, had entrenched itself on the land, created its own village authorities, and entered a military organization that was half army, half militia. Apart from the peasants, only a tiny handful of urban intellectuals had rallied to the Yaws. 257. Becoming, in a sense, its loudspeakers within Zapata's political general staff. The most intransigent, and hence at that moment the most important, of these intellectuals was Manuel Palafox. He was the dominant figure in the Zapatist convention. Abandoned by, or isolated from, all its insecure allies, the Zapatist leadership again moved to the left. But whereas the revolution had been in full national flood in October 1914, it was in general decline by October 1915. In that crucial 12-month, Morelos had carried out the deepest revolution in Mexican history, and yet, all the efforts of the Zapatist leadership had been unable to discover a national way forward. Thus, although the national ebb of the revolution had removed the blocking power of unstable allies, allowing Palafox to promulgate his agrarian law through the Cuernavaca Convention, it had also deprived him of the nationwide forces that could translate it into reality. This was the internal contradiction of the agrarian law and the Mexican peasant revolution as a whole. In such a violent and confused civil war, however, there is never a watertight division between the camps. Zapatism materially rested upon the social, political, and military organization of the Morelos peasantry, but its social forces were actually rather broader. In constitutionalist areas, the peasantry, and some of the urban workers, as well as impoverished petty bourgeois layers, still opposed the Carrancist government in 1,000 different ways, denying it support and following with sympathy or hope the Tinasaya struggle in the south. Although Obregón's military campaign against Villa had been a thundering success barely 8 months between Celaya and Hermosillo and Fronteras, the campaign against Zapatism was to be long and costly for the Carranza government. Furthermore, the broad Carrancist front included various forces in its ranks. One sector was under the influence of Zapatism and its agrarian principles, while another preferred to attract the Zapatist leaders through concessions, knowing that war in the South would 258. Not pit them against a conventional army like the Northern Division, but enmesh them in a struggle with the whole population strengthened by recent agrarian and social conquests. When the military decision was taken, then, the operational command was not given to Obregon, the most brilliant constitutionalist military leader. The man who headed the war would be Pablo González, not the most competent but certainly the most reactionary and bloodthirsty of Carranza's generals. In October 1915, the political confrontation between the two sides had not yet acquired a sharp cutting edge. The constitutionalist left, ideologically influenced by Zapatism, was a factor restraining military attack, but it also encouraged defection from a Zapatist periphery disoriented by the growing lack of prospects for the peasant revolution. Local leaders in Puebla and Mexico State began to accept the government amnesty. The most recent supporters, who had rallied to Zapata at the height of the revolution, were the first to abandon the southern ranks. Naturally, it was a one-way flow. The situation did, however, arouse hopes in the Zapatist general staff that they could make a political intervention in the conflict between constitutionalist tendencies. For their part, the Zapatists then displayed three clear currents: Manuel Palafox represented the left, Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama the center, and Gildardo Magana the conciliationist right. At the time, Palafox still held the leadership with the support of Diaz Soto y Gama. Zapata gave his backing to this leadership. But whereas Palafox tended to reject any negotiation, and Magana waited for better times to exercise his conciliatory talents, Diaz Soto y Gama thought that political concessions could be used to influence the Carranzist internal struggle and to win fresh allies. It was an illusory hope, but no more so than the plan for nationwide application of Palafox's agrarian law. A manifesto to the nation, probably drafted by Diaz Soto y Gama, appeared at almost the same time as the agrarian law. It exclusively attacked the big landowners, and gave a place to industrialists, tradesmen, mine owners, businessmen, and all the active entrepreneurial elements who open new paths for industry and provide 259 jobs for large groups of workers. This document was effectively counterposed to the agrarian law. It could not fail to weaken the propaganda impact of this law among the poor urban layers. Nor was there any chance that it would win support from the rich or middle sectors. For these could see that the ample guarantees were being offered by the Carranza government, not by the Southern peasant revolution, which had expropriated the land and sugar mills and shot or hanged Catrines without even asking to which of all the other social layers they belonged. In late 1915, having shattered the Northern Division, the Carranza government forces turned their attention to Morelos. In November they announced a campaign to put an end to Zapatism once and for all. Zapata made defensive preparations and transferred to his own headquarters the primitive munitions factory the Southern Liberation Army ran in Atlihuayan. Partly as a result of the U.S. embargo, the supply of war materiel was then so low that spent Mauser or 30-30 cartridges were being fitted with pieces of tram wire instead of bullets. The government announcement first produced a psychological effect, prompting more officers to desert in all the weaker zones of the Southern Liberation Army, and fueling mistrust, rivalry, and conflict among those who remained. Nearly all the members of agrarian commissions now crossed the UNS and returned to the capital, while a very small number took up arms alongside the Zapatists. Redistribution work in Morelos was already complete, and the specialists had either to withdraw or to exchange their theodolite for a gun. The Zapatist Old Guard, sustained by the peasant resolve to defend their territory, reacted energetically against the defection of 11th-hour supporters. Just as the Carranzists were starting their offensive into Morelos from Acapulco and Guerrero State in the southwest, General Genovevo de Lao launched a violent counterattack. His men recovered all the lost ground and forced the enemy to take up defensive positions in Acapulco at the end of 1915. But the pressure continued to mount on Morelos from forces based in 260. The capital. The Carranza government adopted a broad political strategy, rather than a purely military tactic, when it dissolved the Red Battalions and opened its twin-pronged offensive against the workers' movement and the Southern Revolution. Ever since the major defections began, Genovefo de Lago had repeatedly accused the Conventionist Minister of War, General Pacheco, of being involved in treacherous activity. At the end of February 1916, however, Zapata authorized Pacheco to hold secret talks with Pablo González, whose troops were stationed on the borders of Morelos. Suddenly, on March 13, Pacheco surrendered his positions and retreated with his troops, thereby allowing the Constitutionalists to advance until they were stopped by de Lago some 12 kilometers from Cuernavaca. Still, Zapata did not believe the charges of treachery. Pacheco then grew bolder and proposed an attack on Jojutla in order to capture the convention members who had withdrawn from Cuernavaca at the time of danger. But Genovefo de Lago caught him in the act and, without more ado, had him shot. The demise of the war minister was a symptom of the crisis within the Zapatist movement, boding ill for the battles just ahead. In these days, the convention gave a last sign of life. A plan of revolutionary political and social reforms was launched in Jojutla on April 18, 1916, most probably inspired and drafted by Díaz Soto y Gama. A programmatic expression of the October Manifesto to the nation, it was yet another grave token of the Zapatist political crisis. Unstable supporters were defecting, the agrarian commissions returning to Mexico City, the authors of documents retreating and vacillating. Only the villages and the movement's military leaders were preparing for resistance. The Jojutla Plan was a program far behind the advanced Zapatist texts and even the Ayala Plan, which it nevertheless mentions in passing. Its clear aim was to give the Southern Revolution a respectable and legal character. The principal reforms were to be the development of small holdings, compulsory purchase of landed property required by the government, labor legislation to protect the workers, a. 261. Divorce law, reform of the education system, changes in limited company law so as to prevent abuses by management boards and to protect the rights of minority shareholders, some timid fiscal measures in relation to foreign companies, and adoption of the parliamentary system as the governmental form of the republic. The plan did not bear the signatures of Zapata, Palafox, or Genovefo de Lago. In fact, Díaz Soto y Gama, later to be a deputy in the Obregon regime, was the only significant political figure to sign the text. The convention was nearing the end of its existence. By contrast, all the combat forces were preparing for the defense of Morelos, encircled by 30,000 men under Pablo González. By then he had won his first battle by occupying the Casa del Obrero Mundial headquarters at the Mexico City Jockey Club. Events in the north, where Villa's raid on Columbus had just given the United States a pretext for intervention, did not relieve the pressure on Morelos. The Zapatists evacuated the villages, preparing for a long struggle in the highlands. Cuernavaca itself was surrounded by constitutionalist troops on April 29 and fell to a direct assault on May 2. All the main population centers were captured in the next 4 days, only Jojutla, Tlaltizapan, and a couple of other towns remaining in Zapatist hands. The Carranzists entered Morelos as an occupation army. Like the federal troops of General Robles, they stole, burned, and pillaged wherever they passed. Hundreds upon hundreds of prisoners were shot, combatants and non-combatants, men and women, children and old people. Whole towns flooded the roads to the high mountain villages, where González's troops could not reach them. 8,000 of prisoners were sent to Mexico City, there to be deported as slave labor for the murderous henequen plantations of Yucatan. In June 1916, Tlaltizapan fell with its munitions factory and greater booty into the hands of González. The Carranzists there killed 132 men, 112 women, and 42 children, a full-scale massacre. Emiliano Zapata and his remaining men left to organize resistance in the mountains. Morelos was occupied territory. 262. At the same time, the Carranza government was engaging in those open clashes with the workers' movement which led to the general strike of July 31, 1916. but the Mexico City workers and Morelos peasants were fighting on two totally isolated and distant fronts. Unable to help each other, they were separately defeated by the constitutionalist central government. With all the population centers occupied, Pablo González reported to the Ministry of War in Mexico City that the Morelos campaign was over. His officers now devoted themselves to systematic plunder, shipping everything movable to the capital and selling it on the black market for their own gain. Livestock, sugar, alcohol, sugar mill machinery, the contents of the munitions factory, furniture, all this could be, and was, carried off and sold. The inhabitants of Morelos were subjected to systematic persecution, murder, imprisonment, rape, exile, a whole wave of terror designed to subjugate them and to facilitate the plunder. In this way, the new bourgeois army that emerged from the revolution inaugurated one of its most constant practices. 9 The Mexican people erected its own indelible monument to Carranza and his officers by coining the term to Carranzais as a synonym of to plunder. The González military administration further cancelled all the land redistribution work of the agrarian commissions and announced that new measures would be taken in accordance with Carranza's agrarian law of January 1915. Nothing would ever come of this promise. The Carranzist terror did not subdue the whole state, however, but only the centers of population. For 6 years the Zapatists had redistributed the land to the villages, eradicated the latifundia, and turned the sugar mills into national factories under the management of their own representatives. Now they were preparing to defend these gains, rooted in their social relations, against the force of military occupation. The experience of revolution had imparted a sense of solidarity to the whole of social youth. No purely military action could destroy this social fabric in a couple of months. The revolution was still bubbling throughout the country. 263. And the capitalist norms imposed by the Carranzist army had to be reasserted not just through military domination but at the level of social relations. It seemed to González that he had won, since the military strike was followed by a brief period in which his authority was unchallenged. The Zapatists, however, were busy reorganizing their army. They dispersed their 20,000 men, who could no longer fight in the mode of a centralized army, and returned to small guerrilla detachments 100 or 200 strong. These units spread over the whole region, restoring their base in the local population and establishing themselves in inaccessible mountain camps. The first attacks and ambushes had already begun by early July 1916. The people of Morelos fought with them, as lookouts, informers, or suppliers of food and shelter, while many would take up arms for a single action and then return to work in the fields. The guerrilla experience against the federal army of Diaz, Madero, and Huerta was now applied by the Zapatist army. The Carranzist troops soon felt that they were caught in a trap, and that the state was still in Zapata's hands outside the main centers and lines of communication. At the same time, a new selection process was taking place within the Zapatist movement. Now that the plan was to no longer return to the capital, but only to defend the peasants' gains and their very villages and land, some of Zapata's officers felt reluctant to face the uncertainty that had seemed a thing of the past in 1914. Zapata, himself, had to send a number of letters and circulars condemning officers who wanted to continue living off the villages rather than fight the war. Such people, he said, are not worthy to lead an armed movement which is fighting for the good of the people, not for the formation of a new class of useless idlers. He therefore decreed the expulsion from the Southern Liberation Army of all senior and junior officers and soldiers who, instead of fighting the enemy, use their weapons to commit abuses against the village population and to carry off their scant means of subsistence, or who retreat without authorization in the face of the 264 enemy. Lorenzo Vázquez, an officer in Zapata's army since 1911, was expelled in mid-August for his lack of fighting spirit. A short time before, Vázquez, Montano, and Pacheco had accused Palafox and Diaz Soto y Gama of preventing an agreement with the constitutionalists and being responsible for the difficult position of the Zapatist movement. Thus, Vázquez's inactivity had a political rather than a personal cause and expressed the sharp struggle within the movement. In September 1916, Zapata's reorganized guerrilla forces repeatedly struck at the constitutionalists throughout Morelos. The resistance was gradually breaking up the occupation army. Now, however, unlike in the 1914-16 period, there was no clear prospect of a national revolutionary victory. The energy came solely from the peasants' stubborn will to defend existing conquests and to resist a better armed enemy whose rule stretched over the key centers of the country and most of their own territory. It was an enemy which, for part of the population outside Morelos, nevertheless embodied certain gains of the revolution, and, for another part, represented the only serious hope of a nationwide restoration of order. The workers had been defeated in the strike of July-August 1916, and broad anti-Carrancist sections of the population, though sympathetic to Villa's and Zapata's fight, were reduced to forms of resistance they had earlier used against the Federals. The left-wing tendency in Zapatism, which had drawn up the great national plans in the period of ascent, could not be the political expression of the local resurgence in Morelos state. The tendency of Antonio Díaz Soto y Gama, this time represented by his brother Conrado, tried to reconcile the peasant goal of self-administration with the program endorsed by the convention in Hajuda some months earlier. This attempt crystallized in a municipal government law designed to safeguard the existence and independence of village structures and communal administration, within a parliamentary democratic perspective completely devoid of major nationalizing reforms. Still, when it came to local government, the sphere most directly. 265. Related to village life, the law did propose a number of measures to ensure popular control through neighbors' assemblies. Other clauses stipulated that only local residents could be elected to the local council, that at the end of their one-year term, they could be re-elected only after an interval of 2 years, and that such important matters as the alienation or acquisition of landed property, the approval of council salaries and expenditure, and contracts relating to street lighting, paving, water supplies and other public services should be submitted to the whole community for its approval. Furthermore, the law authorized the use of national tax revenue for local public works and self-government administration. By providing the financial means for villages to exercise the real power in their hands, it therefore effectively sanctioned a situation which, like the Southern Revolution as a whole, conflicted with the existence of a bourgeois central power. At this time, about the middle of September 1916, General Pablo González issued a new order against the villages, directing that peasant families should gather in the main cities for deportation. In other words, he revived the strategic hamlets policy of Juvencio Robles, with the same illusion that this would destroy the roots of Zapatism. The González terror did not indicate that he was on the point of overcoming resistance, quite the contrary. The Morelos peasantry sustained a new Zapatist counter-offensive, in a national situation which did not allow the Carranza government to assert its policy against the opposition echoed even in the constitutionalist left wing. Carranza struck out at the July-August general strike, but in September he already had to make wage concessions to the workers. The U.S. punitive expedition brought more problems in the north, where resistance to the invasion grew among the people and a section of the constitutionalist army. The Constituent Congress, which met between December 1916 and January 1917, was an attempt to stabilize the Carranza government by reconciling the sharply divergent constitutionalist tendencies in work on the Constitution itself. Finally, General Felix Diaz, Porfirio Diaz's 266. nephew and one of the leaders of the 1913 military coup against Madero, had organized a rightist anti-government rebellion in Oaxaca directed against the revolution en bloc. Diaz sought an alliance with Zapata. However, the peasant leader not only rejected the offer but ordered all Southern Liberation Army officers to refrain from establishing relations with Diaz or giving him any kind of recognition. Thus, it was becoming ever more difficult to maintain the terror in Morelos. It was ever more apparent that the Zapatists controlled the countryside and were able to inflict frequent casualties on local garrisons. Yet the deportations and massacres continued. On September 30, Colonel Jesus Guajardo, the future murderer of Zapata, killed 180 men, women, and children in Tlaltizapan. They had allegedly refused to pay taxes, and they were supporters of Zapata. By October, when Zapata stepped up his offensive, he is said to have had some 5,000 men under arms, spread throughout the state and commanded by old guard Zapatist officers. Instead of attacking local garrisons which would have caused problems for the villagers, they conducted ever bolder raids on the railways, sugar mills, and factories, and on the areas surrounding the federal district. On October 4, a Zapatist unit seized the Xochimilco pumping station, which supplied the capital with water. In November, they blew up a train within the federal district. Gonzalez's forces proved incapable of guaranteeing security even within the limits of the capital. By December, the 30,000 constitutionalist troops who had occupied Morelos in May were demoralized and beginning to disintegrate. Believing that evacuation would soon be necessary, their officers worked round the clock to steal everything they could. The ranks had been whittled down by malaria, dysentery, and a typhoid epidemic, while the officers sold on the black market the meager supply of drugs that arrived from the capital. More than disease and officer corruption, however, it was the revolution itself that shook and dissipated Gonzalez's army of occupation. Morelos's people laid political siege to the constitutionalist troops. 267. Stationed there, trying to win them over. Since the revolution was still alive, this stubborn force broke down the occupation army and caused its military withdrawal. Zapata, who had already recovered Tlaltizapan, launched an offensive on December 1 against all the main centers in the state. Jojutla fell in the first attack, and at the end of the month Gonzalez's troops began a formal retreat. At the same time, the Carranza tendency and the Jacobin wing of constitutionalism were moving into their sharpest conflict at Querétaro over the key articles of the future constitution. And, rather more important from a military point of view, a 5,000-strong Villist force captured Torreon City on December 22, 1916. As Gonzalez's ill-starred army retreated from Morelos, it came under constant attack from Zapata's forces. The guerrillas regained one main town after another, Cuautla on January 10, and the capital, Cuernavaca, a short time after. But although the Zapatist leadership was now full of illusions, the constitutionalist withdrawal was only a respite, not the beginning of victory. It signaled that the military isolation of the Southern Revolution was not a social isolation from the climate in the rest of the country, and that the conditions were not ripe for the government to stamp out armed resistance. Weariness was growing in the ranks of the Morelos peasantry, yet the sorely tried population was still determined to fight after 6 years of war. The Zapatists soon realized that their military and social forces did not permit them to go beyond the state borders. Having recovered Morelos, the Southern Revolution was still encircled. The U.S. punitive expedition had pulled out of northern Mexico. The social reforms written into the Querétaro Constitution had enlarged the government's base and temporarily resolved the factional struggle within the Carranzist movement. The central government had gained instability. On a world scale, the war further accentuated the isolation of the Zapatist revolution. During the late 1916 offensive against the constitutionalists, Zapata saw that his forces required some form of political organization. 268. Experience showed that military organization was not enough to maintain popular cohesion, and that the traditional village structures had been completely overturned or eroded by deportations, massacres, and population transfers. Moreover, these forms of local power were quite inadequate for directly political tasks that went beyond village land problems. Without using the name, Zapata was really thinking in terms of a political organization. But although everyone could agree on the Ayala plan, it was not clear what else should serve as its programmatic basis. Hence the contradictory character of Zapata's proposal, as of other measures taken at this time. It sought to forge a closer link between the leadership around Zapata and a peasant base which, though supporting him, then had no organization other than traditional village structures or the guerrilla army. A body along the lines suggested by Zapata was established in Tlaltizapan toward the end of November 1916, the Consultative Center for Revolutionary Propaganda and Unification. Its main leader was Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama, and among its 15 found members were Palafox, Montano, and Gildardo and Rodolfo Magana. On the basis of contemporary documents, John Womack has given the most detailed account of its work. We can do no better than quote it at length. The consultants' duties were generally as Zapata had outlined them, to give the pueblos their bearings again. They were to deliver LEC tours in the villages on the mutual obligations of revolutionary troops and pacificos, to give public readings and explanations of headquarters manifestos, decrees and circulars, and to mediate feuds between chiefs and pueblos, and between pueblos. And from this experience they were to advise headquarters in the framing of laws and reforms. Most important, they were to organize subsidiary juntas in all villages under revolutionary control, as associations for the defense of revolutionary principles. The first association Soto y Gama, Gildardo Magana 1 and 269. Enrique Bonilla set up on December 12 at Tocamilco. In the following weeks many others formed throughout southwestern Puebla and central and eastern Morelos. There they functioned as local branches of the Zapatista Party, the first popular organizations both civilian and secular that had ever existed in many villages. Associates had no official authority, and they were under strict orders not to interfere with municipal government business, but in practice they dominated local society. On paper each association comprised 4 officers and 6 voting members, elected every 4 months by direct vote in the pueblo. Re-election for a year after leaving office was forbidden. Candidates had to be revolutionary or at least to sympathize with the principles which the revolution defends. Other qualifications were local residence, majority of age, literacy, and no record of having exploited local people either from public office or through influences with past governments. But since only a few villages still contained 10 such men not already in the liberating army, and even fewer had the 40 whom a year's round of elections would require, the associations remained simple cotters. In almost all of them, the dominant figures were a few brothers or cousins who had retained local respect without having gone off to war. Together they filled maybe half the seats, which they traded around at each term. The associates' responsibilities were various. Among them was that of taking part in the elections of all classes of authorities, formulating candidacies which guarantee the interests of the pueblo, exhorting citizens to fulfill their electoral duties, and organizing them for the elections. The upshot was that associates controlled the irregular municipal elections in Morelos in 1917 and 1918 and probably exerted secret but nonetheless real influence in the regular elections in Puebla. In routine matters the associates served as commissars. Their principal business was to make sure that the military respected the civil authorities. And they managed mediation in scores of disputes between municipal officials and chiefs of garrisons. The conflicts were usually over the control of local resources, crops, pasture. 270. Draft animals, vacant plots. Because of all the migrations and resettlements, it was harder now to say who had the best claim to use a certain field or team of oxen. The soundest claim in a pueblo was a reputation for having used the thing in question before. Yet the revolutionary troops, who had put no more than a rifle to use for the past year, also deserved support or the means to support themselves, and their chiefs were quick to protect their interests. So rival authorities competed, each for its own constituency and each professedly for the sake of the revolution. To specify the respective rights and obligations of the villagers and the guerrilleros, the Tocamilco associates sponsored negotiations between the town council and Ayacuica's headquarters. Under a special charge to fulfill revolutionary promises on the agrarian question, they obtained a treaty on December 21 distinctly in the pueblo's interest. The agreement became a model for other villages throughout the Zapatista zone. and associates corresponded frequently to report on its working. A warm camaraderie caught on among these commissars, who began to fancy the notion that they were the true guardians of the revolution. 10. W. Mack then refers to the village education work of the Associations for the Defense of Revolutionary Principles, and calculates that 15 to 20 primary schools were created or recreated in the first months of 1917. This was a feat no previous regime had been able to achieve. The aims of the associations were, in their own words, to get propaganda into the bosom of the families and to get the heads of these families to inculcate good principles in their children and other relatives, to make them take an interest in the revolution and understand that on its triumph depends the happiness of honest workingmen and the progress of Mexicans in the material order as well as in the field of social and political liberties and rights and in the moral and intellectual order. In some villages, night schools were also established for adults. W. Mack concludes, the academic lessons that students in the Zapatista schools learned were rudimentary but still valuable. Besides, 4. 271. Country folk, the experience of hearing a teacher say that the resistance still going on was for the fatherland and for poor people, and that the Zapatistas were national heroes, this was unforgettable. 11. As each village association gained experience, it assumed many of the tasks of the consultative center, to read and explain declarations from the revolutionary headquarters, to settle disputes between villagers, and to arrange talks by revolutionary lecturers. In short, it operated as a true peasant committee for all the political matters and everyday problems of peasant life, a distinction often difficult to draw. As long as these associations existed, they would constitute the Zapatist peasant political organization. Its program, like all Zapatist policy after 1915, did not, of course, go beyond the horizon represented by Diaz Soto y Gama. However, the associations were important not for their policies but for the effort to build a political organization of the poor peasants. This is what they actually became in local village youth. The organization of village self-government was the other crucial aspect of the Southern Revolution at this time, firmly established in the decrees of the Tlaltizapan Zapatist headquarters. In reality, these decrees sprang from the villagers' own experience. Basing themselves on old traditions and the practice of collectively discussing community problems, the Zapatists created forms of organization and government not unlike the Soviets. The Russian Revolution was then reviving on the other side of the world. In the Law of March 1917 on the rights and obligations of villages and the Southern Liberation Army, the form of popular involvement in village administration was clearly laid down. Thus, the men of each village were to meet on the 15th of each month to discuss and decide on all the political affairs of the village. On the 20th, delegates from such popular assemblies in each village of the municipal area would meet to take broader collective decisions, subsequently appointing delegates to a district meeting to be held on the 1st of the next month. This meeting would then deliberate and decide on all matters relating to the district as a whole. In 272. Counterposition to the system of secret elections and unmovable functionaries or deputies, this structure was a form of government completely different from that which the convention had been intended to symbolize. The Law of March 1917 did no more than legalize, or give, organic form to, a system the Morelos population had been operating ever since the Southern Revolution became the only power in the state. Another decree, designed to check military abuses, established the rights of villages in relation to the commanders, officers, and soldiers of the Southern Liberation Army. Villages were to have the right not only to elect their local government bodies, but also to appoint people of their own choosing to the courts and the police force. Village authorities were empowered to apprehend, disarm, and deliver to headquarters any commander, officer, or soldier who did not present his credentials from the appropriate commissariat. Army men were under an obligation to refrain from any interference in village political life or any personal levy of taxes. They had to respect the villagers' own distribution of the land, waters, and woodlands, and to obey the local customs and practices. Finally, they were not allowed, on pain of court-martial, to seize village or ex-hacienda land, since no armed individual, whether an officer or not, has a right to more than the land area distributed to him. The need for this legislation, nevertheless, was one of the many symptoms of those hard times. The villages were resisting, arms in hand if need be, the exact ions of some out-of-control detachments of the Zapatist army. Other decrees provided for the popular election of municipal functionaries and district presidents. The district was conceived as a bond between the municipalities which composed it. Villages were also to elect 2 unpaid, independent officials for a 1-year term, with the function of representing and defending the village in matters related to the land, woodlands, and waters. These officials had to be residents of more than 5 years standing, aged 25 years or more, and born in the village. 1. Of their 273 important tasks was to preserve the deeds and maps of communal land, those centuries-old documents which legally proved the existence of the village community as an entity with its own life and rights. In early March, at a meeting of the Consultative Center in Tlaltizapan, it was agreed that no fictitious national authority would be created in place of the defunct convention. Instead, the Central Morelos government would be entrusted to the revolutionary headquarters, itself divided into departments of agriculture, war, education and justice, finance, and internal affairs. But the real government of the state remained with the local authorities, which continued to decide on the key questions of public works, the allocation of communal funds, relations with the Zapatist army, military contributions, education, and the distribution of land, woodlands, and waters. While the nation was being shaken by tempestuous political and military upheavals, the Zapatists in Morelos had shattered the rule of the haciendas and transferred power to the villages throughout the territory of the state. The Constitutionalist army, however, was organizing its own power at the national level and surrounding the peasant state on all sides. In accordance with the Constitution of February 5, 1917, elections to Congress and the presidency took place on March 11. Apart from Morelos, where the Constitutionalists no longer held power, every state participated in the ballot. The duly elected president, Venustiano Carranza, assumed control of the War Ministry on May 1, his predecessor, Alvaro Obregón, having temporarily withdrawn from public life and broken his links with Carranza. For his part, the unsuccessful pacifier of Morelos, Pablo González, resigned his command in July 1917 and took a temporary leave of absence. Political isolation now began to do what González's army had been unable to achieve in Morelos. Although this was not directly expressed in daily village life, the pressure mounted every day on the political leadership of the movement. As the year progressed, 274. The lack of perspective also sharpened the internal conflicts. Zapata himself left his secretaries to run affairs, writing a series of letters to prominent urban political figures in the illusory hope that the harsh encirclement of the state might be relieved. His ultimate objective was to reach an agreement that would preserve the conquests of the Morelos peasantry, land and village self-government. The Carranzist government, however, was concerned with dismantling precisely these gains. It might offer concessions land for certain officers, an amnesty, political or military posts, but it could not leave standing the Zapatist land redistribution measures and the popular power that defended them. In the internal struggle, Palafox continually lost ground to his ally, Diaz Soto y Gama. It was a far cry from his peak of power in late 1914 and early 1915, when he had promoted the agrarian commissions. By April 1917, everything indicated that he had entered a deep crisis of personal self-confidence and political perspective. Although he maintained a formal intransigence, this was no more than the reverse side of the crisis. In May 1917, a Zapatist unit under Lorenzo Vázquez rebelled and tried to hold talks with Carranza. The revolt was quickly crushed by the Liberation Army and its leader hanged for treason. But other participants, now under arrest, accused Odilio Montano of being the moving force behind the mutiny. Some time before, Montano had been removed from headquarters on account of intrigues and rivalry with Diaz Soto y Gama and Palafox. Even earlier, he had shown a conciliatory attitude in his reaction to the Huerta coup and in his close relations with Vázquez. Thus, although he loudly protested his innocence, he had lost his authority at headquarters and was unable to counter the testimony against him. The whole crisis of the Zapatist leadership burst forth in this incident. It appears that Zapata was reluctant to have Montano tried for treason and inevitably condemned to death. The former Scoolmaster had, after all, been one of his first comrades in arms, and they had worked together on the Ayala Plan in 1911. Under pressure. 275. From the other secretaries, however, principally Diaz Soto y Gama and Palafox, he finally agreed to a trial. The court met on May 15, 1917, presided by Palafox. Zapata arranged to be away from Tlaltizapan, obviously so as not to have anything to do with the proceedings. Montano continued to declare that he was the victim of a plot. But on May 18 the court sentenced him to death, and he was brought before a firing squad at midday. A number of Zapatist officers continued to accept the government amnesty, some simply giving up the Liberation Army for a variety of business deals. The crisis even affected Zapata's brother, Eufemio, whose liking for alcohol had grown with the ebb of the revolutionary movement and fueled his irritability and lack of consideration toward both subordinates and fellow officers. One day in June 1917, in the middle of a drinking session, he suddenly exploded and hit the father of Cedronio Camacho, one of the leading officers under his command. Later, Camacho sought him out in the street, shot him to death, and then immediately passed over with his men to the Carranzists and accepted a government amnesty. Coming barely a month after the execution of Montano, Eufemio's death in a street quarrel marked a new stage in the decline of the old Zapatist leadership. The shooting of Montano was also the end for Palafox. Unable to offer a new policy, he no longer even believed in the one he had previously advocated. Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama had not only displaced him as the dominant figure in the Zapatist leadership, but had increasingly pushed him aside in search of an alliance with Gildardo Magana. From mid-1917 Magana stepped up his efforts to negotiate a deal with the government and the opposition tendencies that would provide a bourgeois issue to the revolution. Palafox put up a last stand, denouncing the presence of Carranzist spies in Morelos. But he was not successful. Although some did not consciously realize it and others did not openly say it, everyone could see that the repression and shooting of spies would not prevent a rightward shift based on deep social causes. Indeed, such actions would merely worsen the climate of intrigue produced by 276. Political impasse and the disintegration of the political leadership of Zapatism. The crisis even found expression in Zapata's own person. WOMAC quotes the testimony of one of his soldiers: his natural taciturnity had changed into a somewhat neurasthenic sullenness, so that his guards were even afraid when he called them. Magana, who had received Zapata's approval for his attempts to negotiate, was naturally a rising influence in this situation. Acting from his political base in Tocamilco, he now initiated the first contacts with Carranzist leaders and with ex-Maderists like the Vázquez Gómez brothers, exiled in the United States. The political drift of these talks was revealed in a Zapatist declaration of early September 1917, which pushed the Ayala Plan into the background and called for the integration of all revolutionaries in the fight against the old latifundistas. At the same time, it clearly distanced itself from Felix Diaz's counter-revolutionary opposition which, with the financial support of old Porfirists, kept alive the Oaxaca rebellion in the name of the 1857 Constitution. However, the war did not stop for the negotiations. In November 1917, a fresh offensive brought Pablo González to the town of Cuautla. In February 1918, Magana went even further in his offer of talks. While maintaining contact with disaffected generals in many parts of the country, he sent an official note to the War Ministry, and hence to Carranza. In a nutshell, the memorandum proposed that if Zapatist authority were recognized in Morelos, the Southern revolutionaries would accept Carranza's national government. Well aware that the Zapatists were in retreat, Carranza did not bother to answer. He could reach such deals with the bourgeois opposition, but no agreement was possible with the peasant revolution. For whatever the present situation, it might become a rallying center for the discontent then fueling Villa's guerrilla struggle in the north. Although Magana's proposal contained no revolutionary demand and was in effect an act of submission to the government, Carranza was concerned not with the political ambitions of Mag-Ana or other Zapatist leaders, but with the complete eradication of 277. All traces of the peasant revolution. What he wanted was unconditional surrender and the elimination of Emiliano Zapata, or, at the very least, the disarming of the southern forces so that the National Army could restore property and order throughout the state of Morelos. This was not what Magana offered, and nor was it in his power to do so. Everything suggests, however, that Carranza continued to hold open the possibility of negotiations and to feed Magana's hopes in other ways. Carranza was trying to gain time. For time was on his side as the Federal Army completed its preparations for a fresh military offensive. The official view was that the 1917 Constitution had secured the victory of the revolution, and indeed many of Zapata's original demands had been incorporated into the final text. Thus, whereas the Morelos peasantry was essentially concerned with the land and village self-government, the Constitution appeared to the petty bourgeois leaders of the movement as a permanent invitation to join the revolution, become government, as it was then called. The struggle for their remaining agrarian demands, which were only formally the same as those of the peasantry, could then be pursued within the legal limits of the official revolution. In this situation, time also served to divide the Zapatist movement along class lines, on one side, the petty bourgeois leaders and a small layer of peasants either rich or in the process of enrichment, on the other side, the mass peasant base represented by Emiliano Zapata and old guard officers like General Genovevo de Lato. This division did not take the form of an open break or a clear-cut internal struggle. Rather, the petty bourgeois leaders multiplied their conciliationist letters, contacts, and declarations, while the peasant leadership was unable to break the isolation of Morelos by military means or to formulate a political alternative to such initiatives. Like every national bourgeois government, Carranza played on the isolation of the peasant movement. His military operations had so far come unstuck against armed peasant resistance, or had dissolved through contact with the revolutionary villages. But the 278 political offensive kept a steady pace, occasionally bolstered by fresh military action. Palafox, already marginalized and politically defeated, underwent his final crisis in May 1918. The accusation was now flung in his face that past intransigence, of which he was the main symbol, had isolated Zapatism from the other currents of the revolution. In point of fact, his intransigence had not been a merely personal quality, it had reflected the rise of the peasant revolution, just as the crisis in 1918 reflected its decline. But whereas the peasantry faced adversity with guns, land, and village organization, Palafox's weakness, which in victory had expressed itself in arrogant behavior, now manifested itself in complete personal collapse. When, in the middle of it all, he was accused of being a homosexual, Zapata was so enraged that he very nearly had him shot. Only Gildardo Mag-Ana eventually managed to restrain him, obviously fearing the scandal of such an incident a year after the shooting of Montano. In the end, Palafox was removed from Zapatist headquarters in early May and sent to serve under Magana at Tocamilco. A few months later, he deserted to Veracruz and placed himself under the command of General Manuel Peles, a man in the pay of oil companies. His call for other Zapatist leaders to desert did not produce the slightest ripple, and his political ruination proved as total as the eclipse of his politics in an earlier period. 12 Another symptom of the crisis of the Southern Revolution was the repeated clashes between Zapatist troops, mainly those commanded by fortuitous allies of Zapata, and the Morelos peasantry. In 1918 the villages grew reluctant to supply the contributions the officers demanded for their men, and on some occasions violence was used in support of these demands. At the same time, the disintegration of certain Southern Liberation Army units led to the appearance of roaming bandit groups. But the villagers, organized in militias and strengthened by the experience of self-government and the associations for the defense of revolutionary principles, put up armed resistance to the exactions and stubbornly defended their rights. In one typical case, a unit of Felix Diaz supporters was 279 put to flight by militiamen from the village they had tried to tax. Although Zapata mediated in many conflicts and eventually upheld the villagers' right to armed self-defense, such incidents continued to undermine the solidity of the Zapatist camp. In August, possibly on the advice of Diaz Soto y Gama, Zapata sent 2 letters to Obregón and urged him to rebel in order to defend the conquests of the revolution against reaction. But although Obregón was then in opposition to Carranza, he sent no answer. In November, 1 month before Angeles rejoined Villa in Mexico, he also received a letter from Zapata at his Texas address. Further efforts were made to contact Pancho Villa in the north, and to seek support from Mexican politicians in exile or Carranzist dissidents inside the country. This whole policy assumed ever more unreal and desperate forms, carrying the preoccupations of the Zapatist political leadership ever further from the needs and urgent problems of the Morelos peasants. They wholeheartedly supported Zapata, but they had no interest or involvement in the political orientation of his secretaries. Yet Zapata continued to endorse this policy by signing letter after letter to the most diverse figures. As Zapatism sank deeper into the mire, Zapata's physical existence became ever more of an obstacle to the deals his secretaries never tired of devising on his own authority. Although the precise form it would take was still open to question, Zapata's death was inexorably drawing nigh. The movement had forever lost its political radiance when its letters, notes, and public declarations dropped all reference to the Ayala Plan. An opportunity now had to be found for the removal of the living symbol of the peasants' revolutionary conquests. Beyond its features as an armed peasant movement concentrating the aspirations of the whole Mexican Revolution, Zapatism expressed a will to raise itself to a national level and to become a form of people's power, at the same time seeking international support. This will appeared most clearly in Zapata's well-known letter drawing a parallel between the Mexican and Russian revolutions and envisioning a worker-peasant alliance. 280. Mexico's isolation was reinforced by the limitations of the world socialist movement. The Second International, whose influence and membership barely extended beyond the industrially developed countries, was not able to understand what was going on in Mexico. Even the Bolsheviks and the internationalist socialists did not pay any serious attention to the Mexican Revolution. Unlike the countries of the East or the Irish Easter Rising, for example, Mexico does not even appear in Lenin's writings. Even in the United States, where Flores Magón had his center of ideological activity, the revolution had only a minor political impact on the workers' movement. This was the golden age of the struggles organized by the industrial workers of the world. The Great Lawrence textile strike took place in 1912. But although the Wobblies influenced the Flores Magón brothers and the members of the Casa del Obrero Mundial, there does not seem to have been a flow in the opposite direction. In 1917, when the United States entered the World War, the 100,000-strong SIWW organization was decapitated by repression and thrown into a decline from which it would never recover. The great exception was the lone figure of John Reed, whose revolutionary trail as a writer and reporter went from the Lawrence strike in 1912, to the Mexican Northern Division in 1914, to the Balkan Wars in 1916 and the Russian Revolution in 1917-18. The Mexican Revolution had its greatest echo in the rest of Latin America, where a common language and range of problems made it more accessible. Latin American radicals, workers' organizers, and left nationalists looked with sympathy toward the Mexican Revolution and tried to find ways of expressing their solidarity. This was most apparent in the countries with a developed workers' movement, Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile. Right from the beginning, it was Zapatism that aroused the most interest and solidarity, particularly among the syndicalist and anarcho-syndicalist rank and file and the working-class socialists. By contrast, the reformist socialist leaders and intellectuals took a reserved, even critical, attitude toward the Mexican Revolution. 281. Whose violence quite naturally repelled the devotees of social evolutionism and parliamentary socialism. El Socialista, Journal of the Socialist Party of Uruguay, expressed this revulsion very well in an article of late 1911. The backward Mexican people, it argued, have no clear idea of society and history, are ignorant of their struggles and economic or political revolutions, and therefore do not know that, in the present historical phase, capitalism is at a peak of the expansion and domination of the international market. The anarchists took a different position at the time. More inclined by their intellectual formation and methods to accept the sixolent, tumultuous forms of the Mexican Revolution, they had an ideological bridge to it in the work of Ricardo and Enrique Flores Magón and their journal Regeneration. In 1911, one of the editors of the Buenos Aires anarchist journal La Protesta, a nearly 70-year-old doctor named Juan Criega, gave up his practice in Luján, Buenos Aires, sold enough to pay for his journey, and went off to join the Flores Magons in California. From there he issued a manifesto that called on the comrades of Argentina, Uruguay, and the rest of the world to give unconditional support to the Mexican Revolution, and in particular to the Zapatist cause. The Regeneration group itself expressed this attraction of anarcho-syndicalists toward Zapatism. In a letter of August 1914 in which he tries to explain his lack of resources, Enrique Flores Magón tells a correspondent in Montevideo that the Magonists are a minority in Mexico. The only people close to our own, he continues, are the Zapata group which, though stronger, also cannot get money easily. The only way the Zapatist and our own appeals can raise money is by catching rich men or monks and extracting the little they can. Yet this money is not enough to acquire more arms and, above all, more ammunition, which are so costly and hard to find in Mexico. All that can be expropriated are crops and livestock, plus whatever there is in the employers' shops. There's hardly any cash, since anything not banked in the big, well-garrisoned cities is sent abroad. This was not an exaggerated AC count. At the time in question, the Southern revolutionaries did not 282 even have enough money to cover their delegates' journey to the Aguascalientes Convention. The three main factions of the revolution, Carranzism, Villism, and Zapatism, all had their own representatives abroad. But whereas the first two merely addressed themselves to the Mexican emigration, or concentrated on the establishment of diplomatic contacts with the American authorities or the purchase of arms and other war materiel, the Zapatist agents tried to spread the ideological influence of the revolution. For this was the only tendency with a program that could link it to the masses elsewhere in the world, the only tendency that had an interest in such links. General Genaro Amezcua, one of the signatories of the 1915 agrarian law, later established in Havana the most important foreign center for the diffusion of Zapatist ideas and activity. He kept up an abundant correspondence with working-class journals and militants, especially in the River Plate area and the United States. In 1918 he published in Havana a volume entitled Revolutionary Mexico, to the Peoples of Europe and America, 19I0I9I8. This book, which circulated in Latin America, included the Ayala Plan, the agrarian law and other Zapatist legislation, Zapata's public declarations, and texts by Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama and the El Sur editorial writers, as well as the Criega Manifesto and other Argentinian and Uruguayan documents in support of the Mexican Revolution. An article by the Uruguayan anarcho-syndicalist J. Vidal, for example, described the Mexican Revolution as a great step in human progress towards genuine freedom, which would serve as the world's starting point for the coming historical movement of the human revolution and the triumph of our communist ideals. The signal, he concluded, will come from America. 13 It was precisely to Amezcua that Zapata addressed his letter on the Russian Revolution. Dated February 14, 1918, Liberation Army Headquarters, Tlaltizapan. It was published in May in the Havana daily El Mundo. The main sections are as follows. 283. We, together with mankind and justice, would gain a great deal if all the peoples of America and all the nations of old Europe were to understand that the cause of the Mexican Revolution and Russia's cause are the cause of humanity, the supreme interests of all oppressed peoples. Here as there we can see big lords, cruel, inhuman and avaricious, who from father to son have exploited and tortured the great mass of peasants. Here as there, slaves of work, men with a slum-bearing conscience, are beginning to wake up, to shake themselves, to move about, to inflict punishment. Mr. Wilson, President of the United States, was right when he recently paid homage to the Russian Revolution, describing it as a noble effort to attain liberties. It would be good, however, if he would remember the statement and bear in mind the clear analogy, the striking parallel, or rather the absolute equivalence between that movement and Mexico's agrarian revolution. Both are directed against what Tolstoy called the great crime, the infamous usurpation of the land. For the land, which, like the water and air, belongs to everyone, has been monopolized by a few property owners, supported by powerful armies and iniquitous laws. It is no wonder, then, that the world proletariat cheers and admires the Russian Revolution, just as it will give its full commitment, sympathy and support to the Mexican Revolution when it realizes its precise aims. This is why your propaganda work in spreading the truth is so important. You should turn to all the workers' centers and formations in the world, so as to make them see the burning need to undertake and fulfill two tasks at once, training of the workers for struggle, and the development of peasant consciousness. It must not be forgotten that by virtue of proletarian solidarity, the workers' emancipation cannot be achieved if the peasants' freedom is not realized at the same time. Otherwise, the bourgeoisie will be able to set these two forces against each other, using, for example, the peasants' ignorance to combat and hold back the workers' righteous. 284. Impulses, just as, if the opportunity arises, it will throw the less conscious workers against their fighting brothers. This letter testifies that the Mexican Revolution, through its southern component, was striving to transcend its own nationalist or peasant limits and to link up with the revolutions of those times elsewhere. Already in the last stages of resistance, the Morelos Commune tried to make contact with the Soviet Republic. But the Russian Revolution, which was unable to prevent the defeat of the Hungarian Commune or the German Revolution in 1919, did not have the remotest chance of aiding the Morelos peasant commune. Indeed, it did not even know of its existence. This was to be the last great flare of the Morelos Commune and its leader, Emiliano Zapata. Toward the end of 1918, Pablo González launched a new drive to gain control of Morelos state. In November, the Spanish influenza epidemic reached Mexico on its journey round the world and caused ravages in Morelos. Zapatist civilians and soldiers, weakened by war and malnutrition, died in their thousands in December. Only a fraction of the population remained in Cuautla and Cuernavaca, and whole villages fled to more temperate parts after burying their dead. Pablo González's army followed hard on the heels of the influenza virus. With 11,000 soldiers, he occupied the main towns Cuernavaca, Jayuta, Tlaltizapan, and others and again compelled Zapata's scattered forces to take refuge in the highlands. In the middle of January, a journalist who had entered Cuernavaca with González in December described the completely forlorn state of the Morelos capital. In almost every house, there is at least one fully decomposed corpse, and in some the whole family has succumbed to the terrible Spanish influenza. On December 13, González offered free passenger and freight transport to anyone who wished to move to Morelos, even placing whole railway wagons at the disposal of tradesmen. 285. In some areas, the federal advance drove the peasants to flight, and their cornfields reverted to the former landowners. Thus, according to a report by the Daily Excelsior, by the end of December on the Penjimillo region of Michoacán, the advancing federal troops found very fine cornfields which, having been grown by the rebels in alien land, now reverted to their owners. This was the pattern throughout the country. On January 31, 1919, the same Excelsior reported, in the Federal District, 93 persons have recovered property which had been under public control since the Constitutionalist victory. The number of returned properties is much higher in the states of the Republic. The devolution began in 1916. The paper then lists the beneficiaries, concluding from names such as Limantour, Leon de la Vera, Romero Rubio, Garcia Pimentel, and Iskandar that all Porfirio's people are coming back into their property. 14 In the first months of 1919, the situation of 1916 seemed to be repeating itself. All the towns of Morelos were occupied by federal troops, while Zapata and his principal leaders conducted a political campaign from their mountain hideouts. Yet the content and objectives of the campaign had undergone a profound transformation. Early in February, Zapata sent a letter to Vázquez Gómez in which he recognized this politician as the supreme leader of the revolution. He further accepted private enterprise in industry, commerce, oil, and all spheres of economic activity, and called for small-scale property in the countryside. Similar letters urged Villa and Peles to recognize Vázquez Gómez and to endorse a proclamation of his new role. All these letters and declarations came to be the political death certificate of the Zapatist movement. Zapata would remain the leader of the Morelos peasantry, but he had endorsed the policy of the wing that sought a rapprochement with Obregón. Magana, who would later claim to be Zapata's heir, was thus inexorably drawing him into the fatal ambush. Meanwhile, the Zapatist peasant leaders, from Genovevo de la O to Francisco Mendoza, were paralyzed by the uncertain, hopeless prospects that faced their military activity. 286. When Emiliano was killed, his peasant commune had already been destroyed. It is hard to identify the point at which it ceased to exist. As Womack says, the fall of the original Morelos revolution was not a sudden collapse, but a confused, bitter and heart-rending process of decline. But we can be sure that the decisive change took place in the course of 1918. Rather than a cause, the disappearance of the Ayala Plan from the Zapatist documents was one effect of this decline. The full-scale entry into bourgeois politics sounded the knell for Zapata. One has only to read the documents of early 1919, the letters to Vázquez Gómez and other politicians, in order to realize that they opened the gates to enemy infiltration and the consummation of treacherous activities of all kinds. Zapata's acceptance of this political reorientation could not fail to blunt the instinctive peasant wariness that had so far protected him from tricks and ambushes. The logic of negotiation and compromise made it just a matter of time before he fell into a more or less well-laid trap. About March 1919, Magana and Diaz Soto y Gama carried their policy of compromise to its logical conclusion. They suggested that Zapata temporarily give up military activity and go into hiding in order to facilitate the ripening of political negotiations. Although Zapata had signed many conciliationist documents prepared by his secretaries in previous months, his peasant base had not directly oriented themselves by these paper texts, but had looked above all to the attitude of their leader. Zapata now refused to accept Magana's proposal, which would have involved the cessation of armed struggle with no victory in sight. Not only was he personally against the idea, but assent would have brought him into conflict with the peasant senior officers of the Southern Liberation Army, also weakening in the peasants' eyes the last center of authority at the disposal of the movement, Zapata himself. This whole period, the most difficult in which Zapata had had to operate, is full of moving stories about the aid given by the 287 rural and urban population of Morelos, warnings, information about troop movements, and many other forms of action that allowed the guerrillas to continue the struggle in the heart of enemy-held territory. It is also worthy of note that officers and soldiers who now accepted the government amnesty rarely joined the military campaign against Zapata. Most often, they would secretly return to their villages and remain as part of the unshakable Zapatist base, providing shelter, protection, and information to the guerrilla fighters. For the broad masses, Zapata's physical existence was the crucial element focusing their struggle in the state. Zapata could agree to compromise on distant questions related to national politics. But he neither could nor would translate these into the language of local struggles. Nor would his people accept it. Once Zapata had rejected the advice of his secretaries, his activity and existence clashed even more sharply with those of his political general staff. The line followed by these leaders now separated itself in practice from the life, interests, and thinking of the peasant base. It is of no use to speculate on the forms this conflict would have assumed. For it rapidly took the only definitive form possible at this stage, the physical elimination of Zapata. His death was the material expression of the final political retreat of revolutionary Zapatism, a movement whose possibilities were by then exhausted. In March 1919, Zapata heard reports of a conflict between Pablo González and one of his subordinates, the cavalry colonel Jesus Guajardo. Although Guajardo was justly famous as a murderer, having organized veritable massacres in the zones occupied by his troops, Zapata sent a letter to him and suggested that he pass over to the Zapatist side with the men under his command. Guajardo and González took advantage of this letter to further their own plans. González advised the colonel to play along with Zapata by pretending to accept his proposal. The trap could then be sprung. The rest is well known. Guajardo told Zapata that he would 288. Change sides. They had a preliminary discussion. As a guarantee demanded by Zapata, Guajardo shot Zapatist deserters who were part of his troops. Then, they arranged to meet again at the Chinameca hacienda on April 10, 1919. Although Zapata seems to have heard rumors of a trap, his desperate search for allies led him to break with past practice and to reject all warnings. When Zapata and his guard entered Chinameca on April 10, they were greeted with a fusillade. Emiliano died on the spot. His body was taken to Cuidad, so that the people could see it and not have any doubt about his death. Thousands of peasants from nearby villages filed past. An Excelsior journalist present at the scene later recounted that these humble folk trembled from head to foot as they contemplated the remains of their leader. 15 The southern peasants understood the full meaning of this event. The loss of their leader finally interrupted their revolution. New forces, new efforts, new struggles, and new organizational forms would be necessary to revive it in the future. Thrown back on their structures and relations of social life, on the conquests and the experience incorporated in their consciousness through 10 years of revolution, they would nevertheless stubbornly defend their material gains with all the means at their command, preparing to unite in their villages to face the difficult era ahead. At the same time, they would patiently begin to weave in everyday life the social tissue of future revolutionary stages. In its socio-economic basis and its fundamental political forms, the Zapatist regime in Morelos had a different class character from the convention government that Sixuists and Zapatists fleetingly installed in Mexico City. Although the peasant armies had taken the capital in December 1914, this government was really an extension of the bourgeois state, whose structure, apparatus, and laws remained intact. There was a change in the upper reaches: the president and his ministers, and the peasant army replaced the bourgeois army as their military support. But there was a continuity at the essential level of the state functionaries and decision-making bodies. It was therefore 289. Only a matter of weeks before the petty bourgeois conventionists turned this apparatus against the peasantry. In Morelos, the bourgeois power apparatus had already been destroyed by the armed peasants. Its army and police were suppressed, along with the governor and the civil servants. Later, when the convention moved to Cuernavaca for its last few months, it only formally appeared as a continuation of the December government. In reality it was a mere fiction superimposed on the rule of the Zapatist peasants. The ephemeral conventionist government in Morelos was as if suspended in midair. Palafox's agrarian law was one of several attempts to bring the governmental form into fine with the content of the peasant revolution. For reasons we have already seen, it was not successful. The Zapatists did not confine themselves to destruction of the capitalist state apparatus in Morelos, they sought to use their own traditions as the basis for a new power governed by themselves. As always in a peasant-based revolution, the local authorities spontaneously recovered their character as organs of people's power. Before the revolution, civil servants, even the governor, had been creatures of the real rulers in Morelos, the hacendados. Their power rested, in turn, on the national state and their ownership of the land and sugar complexes. The Zapatist revolution cut Morelos from the national state, driving out its functionaries and soldiers and repulsing them when they tried to return. It also suppressed, without compensation, all the big landed property in the region. The agrarian commissions fully implemented the Ayala plan, although they did not spare the hacienda 2/3 which the plan vowed to leave untouched. They handed over all the land to the villages, nationalized the sugar mills, and effectively eliminated the capitalist and landowning class. All the capitalists and big landowners living in the state fled abroad or to the capital. The nationalized mills were placed under the management of Zapatist officers. We do not have more precise information on the way in which they functioned. But since the old owners and their trusted employees disappeared from the state, it would seem evident that the 290 technical and material aspects were left in the hands of workers from the Morelos villages. The 1915 sugar harvest, which went ahead in spite of all the war damage, proved that the industry could go on functioning perfectly well without the bosses. The only remaining private property was in the hands of petty traders and peasant smallholders. Palafox's agrarian law did no more than give juridical expression to this revolutionary transformation. The village and municipal authorities were elected by the same peasants, small traders, and sugar workers, a government system that characterized the whole Zapatist period, but above all the years between 1913 and 1917. The old organs rooted in peasant tradition thus acquired a new function and content which nevertheless fused with that tradition. The local government decrees of early 1917, providing for monthly assemblies and recallable delegates, also legalized a structure whose basic element of village self-government had asserted itself from the moment when the landowners and their political agents were driven from the state. The peasantry sought to endow its rule with the forms that best corresponded to its experience and therefore allowed the greatest degree of participation and decision-making in all community problems. This Zapatist power structure, completely opposed to the bourgeois model in which state apparatuses are designed to impede popular involvement, is one of the crucial features defining the anti-capitalist nature of the Morelos Revolution. At the same time, the main instrument defending private property, the Federal Army, was destroyed or expelled from Morelos. It was the Southern Liberation Army, mostly organized in territorial militias, which actually held the region. Its function was to safeguard village and peasant land ownership, revolutionary legality, and local self-government. Already in 1913 and 1914, Zapatist decrees showed a concern that government should reside in the villages, and that their rights should be guaranteed vis-a-vis the Southern Liberation Army itself. Central power was invested not in the juridical fiction of the 291 Convention, which anyway ceased to exist even as a phantom in 1916, but in the military and political general staff headed by Zapata himself. So long as the Tlayazapan headquarters continued to function, it was the real seat of government in Morelos. Although Zapata did, to be sure, pay heed to his team of secretaries, the central decision-making power was in his hands. And his decisions depended not only on the advice of his secretaries, but also on the relationship with the village authorities, with Zapatist leaders whose selection by the villagers and soldiers ultimately reflected opinion at the base, and with the political functioning of the villages at the level of everyday life and discussion. The same traditional structures through which Zapata had been elected leader of an Aniquilco allowed him to communicate with the entire peasantry of the region. In reality, then, a secretary's advice would be accepted if it more or less corresponded to the views and feelings of the villages. This explains why Zapata gave such weight to Palafox during the rise of the revolution, and why Palafox later fell into a deep crisis. and as the revolution began to ebb, involving a decline in rank-and-file intervention, Magana's wing gained the ascendancy in Zapata's thinking and received his authorization for its political compromises. The change was not due to fickleness on Zapata's part, determination and tenacity being permanent features of his character. Rather, it was a change in the objective situation of the revolution and the state of mind of the population which reflected itself in the balance of forces within the political leadership. The Zapatist government did not merely constitute itself as a military command, to be maintained until the triumph of the armed struggle, but sought to become a genuine government in all spheres of activity, to construct in Morelos a new state apparatus fused with village self-government, that would prefigure a similar structure throughout the country. It passed and applied a series of decrees on the land, education, supplies, finances, the police, and the army. After settling the crucial question of land distribution, it 292 issued money, carried out public works, built schools, and so on. It is a remarkable fact that the effective political leadership of the Southern Revolution was concentrated in the person of Emiliano Zapata. Many historians and commentators, like the Carranza government at the time, have tried to deny this by invoking one or another of his secretaries as the man really in charge. They find it inadmissible or intolerable that a peasant, rather than a cultured person, should be the main leader of a revolution. But the peasants of Morelos were never in any doubt about the true head of the movement. They saw themselves exercising power through Zapata, just as they exercised local power in the villages. It was this which gave Zapata, unlike the secretaries, an authority over the peasant officers and soldiers that was based on their complete trust. Emiliano Zapata's role in the revolution was part of the confident, self-assertive drive of the Mexican peasantry to run their own fiefs and determine the country's fate. For this reason, his figure transcends the borders of Mexico and, alongside that of Pancho Villa, stands as a universal symbol of the agrarian revolution. Chief Zapata or just Mifiano, the two names, alternating with each other according to the occasion, clearly express the relationship of authority and trust between the peasants and Zapata. Hardly ever did they give him the tied don, which, except as a mark of respect for the elderly, implies a social distance between the bestower and the recipient. More generally, the use of the familiar tu and other tokens of equality were the rule throughout revolutionary Morelos. This brings us to the role played by the introduction of general socialist ideas, from Diaz Soto y Gama's early vague anarchism to Palafox's socialist-type projects. Whereas Diaz Soto y Gama's high-sounding talk ultimately served as a vehicle for liberal ideas, Palafox tried at his peak to build an elementary juridical framework that contained a number of socialist elements. The best example is his agrarian law, but his letters and other decrees provide further evidence. 293. No other current in the Mexican Revolution formulated such plans and programs. Not a few writers and politicians have therefore tried to obscure, erase, or minimize the role of his movement, naturally profiting from its own imprecision. Another contributory factor has been the weakness of Manuel Palafox himself, broken when he had to face the serious adversities of Revolution. 16 Without the Morelos Commune, however, there would have been no fight left in the Jacobin wing of the Querétaro Constituent Congress, and nor would any of the most advanced clauses have been incorporated into the 1917 Constitution. The Morelos Revolution, isolated though it would remain, transformed the economic, political, juridical, military, and, above all, social foundations of power in the region, establishing popular rule based on the armed poor peasantry and agricultural workers. François Chevalier named it a peasant republic. Yet this commune did not spring simply from the Morelos peasantry, it would not have existed without a nationwide popular revolution, and it was considerably influenced by more general socialist ideas originating in the city and coming, too, from former Mexican peasant upheavals in the 19th century. Moreover, and this is its essential feature, the Southern Revolution based itself on a unique combination between the agricultural and industrial proletariat of the sugar plantations and a peasant insurrection whose roots lay in traditional village organization, itself a product of the old agrarian commune. When the revolution broke out in Morelos, there was a modern sugar industry with 24 established mills. The regional capitalists had made sizable investments in both industrial machinery and cane field irrigation, so that Morelos then accounted for a third of Mexico's sugar production. The 1910 census listed 24 mills and 40 plantations, in a state of 4,911 square kilometers with a total population of 180,000. These figures indicate a very high concentration of the sugar proletariat and the surrounding peasantry. The mills naturally recruited their workforce. 294. From the local peasantry, and many cane cutters, in particular, were at once agricultural wage laborers and landless or poor peasants or workers on communal land kept from the clutches of the hacienda. The hacendados were continually seizing more village land, not only for its own sake, but also in order to realize peasant labor and drive more and more families onto the plantation as permanent wage laborers. The pay was 65 centavos a day in the winter season and 1 peso during the spring harvest, considerably higher than the national average. But since the state economy increasingly turned upon large-scale production of sugar, rum, and rice, the high cost of imported staple items largely offset the difference. Still, the concentration of labor in the hacienda did not proceed with the desired rapidity, and so wage laborers were attracted from other parts of the country. In both ways, the sugar workers that would be a crucial element in the revolution were very closely linked to the peasant villages. Already in early 1912, for example, Zapatist units began to demand wage rises for plantation workers and even to impose them by force. As the revolution gained in strength and scale, the goals directly expanded to include the expropriation of the land and sugar mills. The 9 largest plantations, each between 10 and 40,000 hectares, comprised 80% of the total hacienda land in Morelos. The population density in this small state was one of the highest in the country, 36.5 inhabitants per square kilometer, surpassed only by Tlaxcala and Mexico states, where Zapatist influence was also strong, and Guanajuato in central Mexico. This great concentration of workers and peasants, within a tightly woven social fabric united by village life, constituted a social force that allowed one of the smallest and most exploited regions in the Republic to withstand enormous odds for a decade. It is interesting to compare the 1910 census figures for Morelos and for other states of the Republic, particularly Coahuila, Sonora, Chihuahua, and Durango, which were the home bases of the Carrancist, Obregonist, and Villist tendencies of the revolution. 295. The federal district had 720,753 inhabitants. The category farmers generally comprises well-off small and medium landowners. Coahuila and Sonora, the 2 states whose governors resisted Huerta and launched the armed insurgency in the north, laying the basis for the bourgeois wing of the revolution, were among the largest in the Republic. They had a powerful bourgeoisie with local roots and interests, a sizable rural petty bourgeoisie, and a higher than average standard of living reflected in literacy and life expectancy. Morelos, the base of its most radical tendency, not only had the highest proportion of wage laborers and landless peasants, but displayed many other signs of the exploitation of labor power. These figures also indicate some of the great handicaps the Zapatists had to overcome. Under the Porfirio Diaz regime, the sugar mill and plantation workers were not able to form any kind of organization, and were subject both to direct hacienda repression and to the mere size of an entire police, judicial, and military state apparatus in the service of the hacendados. They also had to face exploitation in the employers' shops, as well as other forms of deduction from their wage. 296. In the Southern Revolution, however, traditional village structures were partially converted into a vehicle for the organization and expression of the sugar workers, most of whom were either themselves peasants from the village or related to it by multiple family and social ties. But they brought with them the experience of wage labor and the modern industrial organization of the sugar mills. If, by 1910, hacienda capitalism had already uprooted the traditional village structures. The sugar workers would have had to develop its own union organizations in order to embark upon revolutionary struggle. If there had been no working class linked to the peasantry in the Zapatist region, the traditional organization would not by itself have been able to generate forms of centralizing the struggle, and, above all, would not have had a social base for the socialist ideas expressed in various measures taken by the Southern Revolution. Many of the young leaders who formed the original Zapatist nucleus provide evidence of this class aspect. Genovevo de Lao was a collier from the village of Santa Maria, Felipe Neri a railway stoker from Chinameca Hacienda, Fortino Ayacuica a textile worker from Atlixco, Puebla, and Amador Salazar a cowboy and peon from Yautepec. The social and structural combination of forces in Morelos also gave concentrated expression to the broader insurrection of the Mexican peasantry for land and self-rule. Their own feeling, shaped in everyday life under Porfirian-style capitalism, was not that capitalism should be humanized and stripped of its oppressive features, but that the capitalist mode of development did not serve their interests. In Zapatist territory this idea acquired concrete expression. In other parts of the country, it manifested itself in a more diffuse way. Yet it does account for the fact that the southern peasants based themselves upon their own traditions and 297 leaders. Like the Paris Communards, they threw themselves into an assault on the heavens. The Morelos Commune remains as one of the finest and most deeply rooted Mexican revolutionary traditions. It continues to come back time and again. 1920. The armed revolution finally came to an end in 1920. The denouement had already been heralded on April 10, 1919, by the murder of Emiliano Zapata. The rest of this year and the first half of the next were a period of political transition. Although the direct threat from the armed peasants had subsided, their resistance impelled Alvaro Obregón to take advantage of the irreparable damage they had inflicted upon the Carrancist regime. Obregón regrouped his forces and eventually consummated his own rise to power, thereby sealing the interruption of the revolution and opening a period of stabilization and organization of the new regime. Zapata's death sparked a brief struggle for the leadership of the ever more fragmented movement in Morelos. As one might have expected from previous developments, this struggle ended with the election of Magana as Zapata's successor at a meeting of Zapatist leaders in Huautla on September 4, 1919. The changeover summed up the whole decline of official Zapatism. Magana had opened the negotiations for it to become a prop of the new power, drawing in return a number of concessions that mainly favored himself and his fellow leaders. In October and November 1919, a new crisis broke out between the Carranza government and the United States. Relieved of the pressure of war and the immediate revolutionary aftermath in Europe, Washington began a fresh diplomatic offensive to protect the American interests threatened and violated in Mexico. It was alleged that enemies of Carranza had kidnapped Consafiancans. 1920-299. In Puebla in order to demonstrate the government's incapacity to guarantee personal safety. But a week later Jenkins reappeared safe and sound, and the Mexican government held him for questioning on the suspicion that he had kidnapped himself. This brought the crisis to a head, and a U.S. Senate subcommittee chaired by Albert B. Fall demanded military intervention to protect U.S. investments. As the crisis was raging, Magana thought the time had come for a deal. General Lucio Blanco, who had recently been brought back into Carranza's army in the hope that he would serve as a counterweight to Obregón, agreed to mediate, and arranged a meeting between Carranza and Magana for November 28, 1919. In the president's private office, Magana recognized the gravity of the international situation and offered the surrender of Zapatist forces in return for guarantees of security. Carranza immediately accepted. Zapatist generals yielded one after another throughout the month of December. A few, like Genovevo de Lao and Francisco Mendoza, though officially said to have surrendered, remained hidden in the mountains without undertaking any military activity. Yet given the lack of an alternative, the Zapatist army as a whole had no option but to observe Magana's agreement. The old landowners now launched a political drive to recover their plantations and mills. After the short experience of nationalization under Zapatist management, the mills were placed under the control of Gonzalez's officers, poor soldiers and appalling man-eaters, but excellent businessmen on their own behalf. This was only a temporary solution, however, which could last only as long as the military occupation of the state. Once the Zapatists had surrendered and Morelos had been organized and pacified, the plantations could only be given to the peasantry or to the landowners. The decision was not hard to predict. No obstacle would delay any longer Carranza's policy of returning controlled property to the old Porfirian landowners. The army men left the mills, and between December 1919 and January 1920, the plantations and mills were delivered to their former masters. The more enterprising capitalists, 300, moved back to Morelos and restarted production. Thus, despite the halving of the Morelos population since 1910, the Hacendados initiated a solid recovery of the private sugar industry in the midst of deep popular hostility. In the north, the Villists had continued their guerrilla warfare after the departure of the U.S. punitive expedition. Although the towns were all under central government control, Villa's numerous military units would make lightning raids from the mountains, acquiring fresh supplies, punishing government agents and other enemies, and distributing food to the population. They would then quickly withdraw and disperse into small, undetectable groups. They did not have the Zapatists' organized village base, but they could count on popular sympathy and support. The war in the north, possible because it expressed deep social dissatisfaction with the Carranzist regime, nevertheless lacked a precise series of objectives. Battles, skirmishes, storming of towns and villages, long marches, dispersal for work in the fields, regrouping for fresh actions, but for what purpose? To bring down Carranza, they replied. But how, and to what end? Villa's lack of a program had never been so piercing as it was now in the guerrilla period of decline, when even the Carranza government fought the fingering peasant insurrection in the name of a reform program which, though not applied, had been solemnly proclaimed at Querétaro as the highest law of the nation. Nelly Campobello has written a fine series of accounts of the Villist struggle in this period, seen through the eyes of a 5- or 6-year-old girl growing up amid the fighting, skirmishes, and gunfire of Civil War. 1 She spent her childhood in the mining town of Parral, Chihuahua, then one of the centers of guerrilla activity. Parral was Villa's favorite town, she recalls. He often used to say, "I love Parral even for dying there." Nelly Campobello reveals the tenacity of these popular guerrilla fighters and the extent to which the villages supported them. But she also brings out their lack of objectives. In another of her books, she recounts Villa's capture of the 1920-301 border town of Ojinaga in the early months of 1917. These feuilles, written with passionate concern for the Villist cause, clearly express the situation in which the guerrillas found themselves. Villa's aim in attacking Ojinaga was to buy a few things which he and his boys needed. As they arrived, he seemed sad and pensive to his friends. So many of his boys had already died, Candelario Cervantes in Namaquipa, fighting the Americans in the last months of 1916, Pablito Lopez, the one who set Columbus alight, brother of Martin, shot in Chihuahua, Jose Rodriguez, the cavalry commander, Fierro, loyal as a sheepdog, and so many more of his faithful and valiant warriors now so much missed. When he had bought the things he needed, he chatted for a while with Dona Magdalena, talking only of the boys who had died in Columbus, Ortiz, Castillo, Vargas, and others. "But we can't give up," said General Villa. "Why should we? We'll carry on until Don Venus falls from the tree." He immediately turned and left, dragging his spurs along the ground. 2. In this same year, a group of Mexican émigré politicians in New York founded the Mexican Liberal Alliance, whose declared aim was to unite all revolutionaries opposed to the Carranza government. The alliance members, some sympathetic to Villa, others not, included General Felipe Angeles, the lawyer Miguel Diaz Lombardo, and General Antonio I. Villarreal, a founder of the Flores-Magan Liberal Party, signatory of the Turian Accords, and president of the Aguascalientes Convention. Others, like Angeles himself, declared their belief in evolutionary socialism and expressed their concern about a possible Yankee invasion at the end of the World War. The program of this group was distinctly to the right of the Querétaro Constitution. Its main demands were reintroduction of the 1857 Constitution, the overthrow of Carranza, and the disqualification of army men from standing for the presidency of the Republic. The reference to the 1857 Constitution was designed to provide a point of unity for men and factions. 302. Whose common denominator was hostility to Carranza and absence from government. In rejecting the 1917 Constitution and harking back to the liberal past, however, they placed themselves to the right of Carranza, accepted him as the representative of the revolution, and identified him with the Obregon Center and Jacobin left which had joined forces to impose the new constitution against his will. Above all, they took an open stand against the social reforms contained in the 1917 Constitution. The backward-looking program of the Liberal Alliance now fully merited the epithet reactionary which Obregon had used against Villa in 1915. The lack of political objectives threw the Villist peasant leadership and its guerrilla campaign into crisis. For Pancho Villa accepted the Liberal Alliance program and persuaded his forces to do the same at a meeting in Rio Florido, which lent it the name Rio Florido Plan. He also accepted Angelus's argument that victory required the abandonment of the guerrilla tactic and the organization of a regular national reconstruction army. It was the same politico-military conception that Angelus had defended earlier, particularly after the entry into Mexico City in December 1914. But for a centralized army to become viable, it must base itself upon a centralized state and class organization. The Northern Division had been able to develop as such within the framework of constitutionalism. But then it underwent that process of dispersion which gave rise to the conflicts between Villa and Angelus. As a peasant army, it could not go beyond the form of guerrilla warfare, which the Southern Liberation Army never fully overcame. The idea of building a national reconstruction army, with a liberal program written in New York, was a pure illusion dreamt up by exiled politicians. When the attempt was made to put it into practice, it inevitably began to clash with the peasant mentality and aspirations of the Villist guerrillas and their social base of support. Felipe Angeles was the only man who, with a mixture of political naivete and fatalism, actually faced all the risks and tried to make this illusion a reality. Since leaving Villa for exile in the United States, Angeles had moved through study toward a moderate, evolutionary. 1920-303. Socialism influenced by his experiences in the Mexican Civil War. His main political concern at this time was that the United States might, after the end of the World War, exploit the internal divisions in Mexico and Carranza's provocative foreign policy to invade and subjugate the country. His solution was a government of national reconciliation which, having discarded Carranza, would be able to negotiate an amicable return to good relations with the United States. After establishing contact with Villa, Angeles crossed the frontier on December 11, 1918. While still in El Paso, Texas, he had expressed his view of the situation in a letter to a friend in New York. "I'd have preferred not to be so alone. I'd have liked to be accompanied by some 20 patriots with a reputation in the Republic. But I did not find them. Perhaps many would have liked to join me, but their upbringing as refined, ultra-delicate people made it impossible. Disgrace is in store for those Mexicans who do not tax all their resources to solve our problem, to prevent intervention by the United States. You well know that I am aware of all the risks I am taking. I'm already old and cannot easily support a harsh open-air life, without food, without clothing, and dirty in the extreme. I'm going among people who commit crimes out of ignorance and savagery, and do not realize that those are crimes. And your good friend, the pious Señor, will of course call me a bandit. Since Villa is one of the most important factors in the present struggle, I must force myself to change him from an element of anarchy into an element of order, and my enemies will certainly use this to discredit me in the eyes of the American government and people. Despite everything, I go with faith, for I shall be performing a duty, and I trust my good friends to help me succeed or to stand up for me if I fail. Angeles joined Villa's forces in early 1919 at their Tosawa camp in Chihuahua State. He set about organizing them militarily, on the principle that their guerrilla force should become the nucleus of a 304 regular army and immediately begin to function as such. Villa had accepted this idea together with the Rio Florido plan. But as their small band of troops went through preparations in the Chihuahua Mountains, avoiding for the moment any major contact with the Federals, military disagreements already began to sharpen between the two leaders. While Angeles proposed a formal war, involving the capture of strategically situated towns, Villa insisted that guerrilla raids should be continued as a way of gaining strength, even if this entailed fragmentation in the period between actions. Only later would it be possible to organize an army. When Angeles objected that the army stage would never be reached through this method, Villa replied that the long years of war had depleted the resources of the region, and that it would not be easy to replace the material elements they had acquired. Angeles remained adamant, a regular campaign had to be fought for at least half a year, since the fragmentation following each guerrilla action would allow an enemy recovery and dissipate any beneficial effect. Anyway, General, Angeles is said to have told Villa, this roaming through the mountains seems quite worthy of a guerrilla leader, but not of the commander-in-chief of the National Reconstruction Army. Although these may not have been his precise words, the military strategies, stemming from two conceptions of politics, were certainly at the root of an argument that revived their dispute of 5 years earlier. Now, however, they commanded a small, outlawed force, not the mighty Northern Division that had occupied the capital and driven Carranza and Obregon to the Veracruz seaboard. The military argument between Villa and Angeles did not reach a crescendo this time, yet it was shortly followed by another separation. When Angeles repeatedly expressed his admiration for the progress of civilization in the United States and voiced a hope that Mexico would advance along the same road, Villa finally exploded and said that he could take anything from Angeles except a drive to gringoize his people. The other basic reason for the conflict had already been contained in Angeles's letter to his friend in New York. Guerrilla. 1920-305. Fighters, hunted by an army that took no prisoners, could not be made to respect the rules of war that formed part of Angeles's military training. In their failure to give quarter and their practice of shooting prisoners en masse, the Villist forces and the Carranzist army seemed to have much more in common with each other than with his model of an army. In reality, the conflict was insoluble. Angeles wanted to regulate the natural cruelty of war according to classical norms, while the peasants on both sides practiced it at an empirical level. It was not a conflict between civilization and barbarism, all war is barbaric, nor between cruelty and kindness, all war is cruel of necessity, but between two irreconcilable policies and worldviews. For a time, however, Villa and Angeles continued to work together, and in April 1919 they waged a guerrilla campaign that involved the temporary occupation of large towns. Thus the Villists took Parral on April 18, withdrew a short time later, and moved to attack Ciudad Juarez at the end of the month. Angeles's plan for a formal military campaign may have been based in part on Posse's scion of this frontier town, but it certainly did not allow for the immediate and inevitable American intervention. When the young General Martín López, who would soon die in another action, had virtually captured Ciudad Juarez, hemming the government forces into a small area, American troops suddenly crossed the frontier and put the Villists to flight with the help of artillery fire from Fort Bliss. Angeles sent a letter to the military commander of El Paso demanding an explanation for this action. But the commander's verbal reply merely stated that as Washington had recognized the Carranza government, he owed no explanation to private individuals. Although the Americans had many quarrels with Carranza in these days, they had no interest in rekindling the peasant war in Mexico. Angelus's hope of organizing an army began to seem ever more remote. In the months since he left the United States, he had not managed to attract a single person of note. No real politician saw Angelus as more than, at best, a well-intentioned dreamer who had 306 thrown in his lot with a band of peasant outlaws. The conflict with Villa therefore became a crisis, barely 5 months after their reunion in Tosawa. One day, Angelus offered to take a dozen men into the valley in order to find food and other supplies for the troops. Villa accepted. They took leave of each other in a cordial manner and agreed to meet at a fixed place within a month. But in the mind of each general was the idea that this might be their last separation. For unlike the golden period of the Northern Division, there were no victories that could dissolve or soften their differences. As the month came to an end, Villa received a message in which Angelus said that he would not return with his small group of men. Angelus now remained virtually alone, leading a nomadic existence in the safety of the mountains. Finally, on November 15, 1919, a former Villist soldier who was sheltering him in a cave handed him over to government troops in return for a reward. At the time of his capture, Angelus had absolutely no men or resources. He was separated from Villa, the émigré opposition, and the Carranza government, without even the hopes that had animated him when he crossed the border 11 months before. In prison, he continued the book he had been reading in his mountain hideout, Ernest Renau's Life of Jesus. The prisoner was taken to Chihuahua, where a military court was convened on Carranza's personal orders. Clearly the president was not going to leave him alive. The trial began in the Theater of Heroes at 8 a.m. on November 24 and continued without a break until midnight of the next day. Hoping to gain time for his friends to wage an effective campaign in the capital, Angelus tried to draw out the proceedings by making long discourses on military art, the history of European armies, stories from the war, and his own political and philosophical ideas. But the end had to come, and the military court pronounced the death sentence already passed by Carranza. Felipe Angelus was shot at 6 a.m. on November 26, 1919. It was said at the time that Villa had appointed him provisional president of the Republic. Although Angelus denied this, his execution moved. 1920-307. Both a potential focus for the Maderist liberal opposition and any chance of a national political perspective for Villa's guerrilla warfare. 3 As the most important federal career officer to side with the revolution, Angelus had followed a trajectory that, though quite distinctive, was in its way symptomatic of the Mexican Revolution. He was born in 1869 into a party Indian family, and his father had been a soldier in the Reform Wars. Felipe rose to some prominence through his distinguished record in the Porfirio Diaz army, particularly in the fields of mathematics, artillery, and ballistics. The outbreak of the revolution found him on an army mission in France, but he was recalled by Madero and appointed director of the military college in January 1912. In August of the same year, when it became clear that General Juvencio Robles had failed in his terror campaign against the Morelos peasantry, Angelus was sent to replace him as head of anti-Zapatist operations. Angelus not only radically altered the methods of the campaign, but tried to combine military actions with a number of concessions to the peasantry. The first thing he did was to end the mass shootings and the seizure of villages and crops. Seeing at first hand the character of peasant youth and the tenacity of their struggle, and seeing, too, the outrages committed by landowners, civil servants, and army officers, he now underwent a profound change and fell under the influence of the Morelos peasantry. During his exile in the United States, he later wrote some reminiscences of the Morelos campaign, justifying the struggle of Genovevo de Lao and recognizing his military qualities. When Angelus was sent from the Aguascalientes Convention to invite the Zapatists to take part, he was able to make the acquaintance of de Lao in Cuernavaca. Genovevo told him that he had once been within range of a Zapatist ambush party. "We saw you pass, and we could have fought your troops and killed you. But why should we kill you? You'd been fair with us." At the time of the Huerta coup, Angeles was captured in the National Palace and held with Madero and Pino Suarez during their last night on Earth. He realized from the start that the 308 were going to be killed. According to an account given by the Cuban ambassador, Manuel Marquez Sterling, he said, "They're going to kill Don Pancho." Huerta did not want to sharpen the conflict with the army, and so he simply left Angeles in prison and more or less banished him to Europe a few months later. But Angeli Secreti returned to join the Constitutionalist Revolution in October 1913, becoming Undersecretary of War in Carranza's cabinet. He was also its highest-ranking and most experienced army man, since nearly all the career officers had smoothly made the transition from Diaz to Madero to Huerta within the Federal Army. He soon had his first quarrels with Carranza, while Obregon even reproached him for his past as a federal officer. Villa then asked for him to be attached to the Northern Division, and permission was immediately given at his own request. He fought Villa's whole campaign as second in command of the Northern Division. This relationship between a one-time peasant outlaw and guerrilla leader, previously hunted by the Federals, and a career officer in the landowners' army was one of the most striking features of the Mexican Revolution. Ever since that time, official historians and politicians have sought to present Angeles as the reactionary brain or the eminence grise behind Villa. Moreover, since the victors have defined the framework of the historical argument, even his supporters have been more concerned with justifying his actions than with arriving at a clear understanding of his role. Obregon himself first invented the image of Villa as a puppet in Angeles's hands, much as he tried to deny the personality of the other peasant leader of the revolution, Zapata. For Obregon and all those who have followed him found it intolerable that a peasant, acting in the name of the peasantry, should have led elements originating in the so-called cultured classes. What is certain from all AC counts of their collaboration is not only that Villa held the supreme command, but that the two men had a respect for each other that did not appear in other relationships. Given the differences in education, habits, and class background, Villa showed a fondness for 1920-309. Angeles that he did not display toward anyone else not of peasant origin, and whereas the other petty bourgeois Villist leaders wavered between feelings of fear and paternalism toward the peasant chief, Angeles treated him with a genuine sense of respect. Pancho Villa was a man who aroused feelings toward himself that really expressed feelings toward the peasant revolution in all its elemental force. In Angeles's relationship to Villa were expressed his own feelings toward the peasantry. There was no fear, but rather respect for those who had justice and right on their side. The revolutionary peasantry imposed its influence on Angeles the officer, and he placed himself at their service out of a sense of justice. Angeles, moreover, was of half-Indian ancestry, visible in his traits, which he never denied. The mixture of respect and paternalism expressed the unresolved contradiction, bending in one sense or the other according to the flow of the revolutionary tide. The contradiction governed the relationship between Angeles and Villa, both in the 1913-15 period and in 1919. Yet it never shook the feeling of friendship which, more social than personal in character, explains their equal-footed collaboration, unmatched in this stage of the Mexican Revolution. When the Villist forces took the town of Parral in April 1919, Angeles addressed the population in the main square. "History will not have a single word to say about me," he insisted, "because I do not deserve one. I am a mere speck of dust which tomorrow's wind will blow away. But General Villa does have a right to the words of history." But, beyond the individual feelings and tactical discussions between Villa and Angeles, the former eventually returned to the defensive, guerrilla forms of peasant war, while the latter remained completely alone, isolated from the peasantry, which he would not win to his conception of 310 struggle, and also from the bourgeoisie, which saw him as a military renegade linked to the stubborn, primitive fight of Villa's bands. The peculiar essence of the Mexican Revolution also expressed itself in this individual case, impelling even an outstanding general of the Federal Army toward socialist ideas. When he was in the United States, Angeles studied a number of socialist and Marxist works and published several articles in support of such ideas. He argued that socialism was the goal of humanity, but that this had to be reached through the gradual progress of society. If an attempt was made to apply socialist laws to a backward country like Mexico, the intention, in his view, of the Jacobin wing of the Querétaro Constituent Congress, it would serve the interests of reaction rather than the country's advance. This way of thinking was current in the reformist wing of Russian socialism and the European socialist movement in general. In an article published in 1917, Angeles wrote, "The system of bourgeois society is rapidly passing away, thanks to the work of the utopians in the first half of the last century, of Marxist socialism in the second half of that Enlightenment century, and of evolutionary socialism in the early years of the new century. Socialists are returning from exile, or emerging from prison, in order to join governments. Legislation is rapidly changing in every country, again under the influence of the Socialist Party. The circle of ideas is extending in various ways, through books, on the platform of meetings, in the pulpit, in the press. But what makes the strongest impression on mass thinking is the power of example. The Russian Revolution is worth more than a mountain of newspapers and propaganda leaflets. The present European war had been prophesied by all statesmen since the end of the first decade of the century. But the European cabinets did not clearly perceive that the war born of international rivalry would deliver countries to the action of the socialist tendency, which represents the aspirations of the world. In this way, the terrible war will yield the most precious fruits, freedom and justice." 1920. It was in the name of these ideas, however, that Angeles rejoined the leader of the Peasant War and counterposed a reactionary reform reintroduction of the 1857 Constitution to a constitution whose main supporters, in a vehement yet similarly confused manner, also invoked the ideas of socialism. At the military court in the Theater of Heroes, Angeles received public applause for the last defense of his beliefs. At this point, I would like to show how my thinking has evolved. In Aguascalientes, I was surprised that many people were socialists. Socialism is a general, worldwide movement of respectability, which cannot be vanquished. The world's progress points in the same direction as do the socialists. When I went to the United States, I began to study socialism, and I saw that it is essentially a movement of fraternity and love between men in different parts of the globe. Fraternity is a movement. It has been a movement which has driven society forward for very many centuries towards the well-being of the masses who fight in its struggles, the multitude which is a multitude in every part of the world. The poor are always at the bottom, and the rich care little or nothing for the needy. It is because of this inequality in the laws that the masses protest and struggle. An Austrian communist has shown that if everyone in the world were to work just 3 hours a day, there would be much more wealth. But the people who work are not the same as those who eat well. Of all the figures of the Mexican Revolution, Felipe Angeles always seems to be in a solitary situation. He was a stranger in his time, a high-ranking officer in a caste army who was attracted by the peasant revolution and, at 45 years of age, began to move toward the ideas of socialism. Placing his military knowledge at the service of the Northern Division, he helped to destroy the oppressor army in which he had been trained. Through a sense of justice, possibly his greatest merit, he was attracted to the peasant revolution first in the south and then in the north. Even if his military 31 312 background may have prevented him from fully understanding Villa and his men, he learned to respect and value them. And they treated him as an equal, as they did no other officer alien to their class. It was for these reasons, and not only because of political miscalculation, that none of his New York friends could dissuade Angeles from putting his words into practice at the end of 1918. Despite all his contradictions, the final stage that ended in front of a Chihuahua firing squad reaffirmed his basic transformation in the 1912 Morelos campaign, his decision to join the Northern Division in 1913, and his political development in the Aguascalientes Convention of 1914. The present-day Mexican army took shape through the victory of the nationalist revolution, evolving in a two-sided manner that expressed the contradictory Bonapartist character of its founder, General Obregón. On the one hand, it had destroyed the old bourgeois landowner caste army and resisted imperialist invasion and blackmail. On the other hand, it had fought and defeated the peasant armies of the revolution. Felipe Ángeles, though officially ignored, represents the third, distinctive tradition of the career officers who sided with the revolution and joined Villa and his northern division. By early 1920, Carranza had already assassinated Zapata, secured Magana's surrender, and shot Felipe Ángeles. He was facing up to U.S. pressure, particularly on the oil question. The sporadic Villist actions in the north were the last jolts of a civil war that, to a lesser or greater degree, had touched every part of the country. Just as all opposition seemed to have been eliminated, Carranza's policy proved so unrepresentative of social forces in the country that it could no longer be sustained. The 1917 Constitution had been a real compromise, not just an imaginative exercise or a formal declaration. But Carranza represented only one part of this compromise, the socially weaker part, which nevertheless tried to base itself on the strength of the state. His government ran counter to the 1917 pact. Although the political figures of the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie had accepted or tolerated Carranza's policy as 1920-313, a crucial necessity to eliminate the unpleasant aftermath of peasant war, they had only agreed with that aspect which involved nationalist opposition to imperialism. This situation was visible in the political withdrawal of Álvaro Obregón, the man who stood for the Querétaro Compromise as such rather than either of the conflicting tendencies. In 1917 he retired to his Sonora lands and soon made them a thriving business. It would seem that Carranza's protection had something to do with this prosperity. For the president wished to keep his main opponent happy while he pursued the aim of the Rung faction, to develop a new bourgeois class intertwined with the old, using the state power to assist the enrichment of the military and political victors of the revolution. More and more, however, its old thrust was to restore the old order, if not the old state power. In search of a social base for his policy, Carranza had to rely upon the old Porfirian landowning class from which he himself had originated. They began to recover possession of controlled property, and in Morelos, for example, even took back the haciendas from the hands of army officers. The resistance to this policy manifested itself not only in the armed, if passive, support for Genovevo de la O and Francisco Mendoza after Magana's official surrender of Morelos, or the continued activity of Villist guerrillas in the north and other groups elsewhere in the country, or the spate of workers' strikes and disputes in 1918 and 1919, but also through the opposition that young revolutionary officers began to present since 1917. This finally took the form of open conflict in the period before the 1920 presidential elections. Carranza tried to impose as his successor Ignacio Bonales, an engineer alien to the revolution, whereas a large part of the new officer stratum supported Obregón's candidacy, already announced in the middle of 1919. Obregón's program seemed moderate in character, its criticism being limited to the fact that norms of representative democracy had not been fulfilled. The Excelsior editorials were favorable, he displayed not a single discordant note, he 314 presented none of the Jacobin agitation that used to be ascribed to him, nor any of the socialist tendencies which, in the past, terrified anyone who thought that he might one day take the path towards supreme office. Obregón offered guarantees to private property, capital, and foreign investment. Still, what was at issue was not representative democracy but Carranza's failure to keep the promises of the revolution. Presenting himself as the caudillo of the revolutionary army, Obregón seemed much closer to these promises than the designated civilian successor. Obregón's candidacy became a pole of attraction for discontentment with the Carranzist regime. Early in 1920, the appointment of Ignacio Bonales as the president's chosen candidate helped to tilt the army in favor of the general. In March, Bonales began his election campaign, and the constitutionalist movement divided into two irreconcilable wings. In the same month, Obregon concluded an alliance with Magana that assured him of Zapatist support in the struggle against Carranza. Thus, when he was summoned to the federal district in early April, supposedly to give testimony at a federal trial, he narrowly escaped arrest and perhaps assassination by journeying south through Morelos in a railwayman's disguise. From Guerrero, he then sent messages to his supporters throughout the country, and by mid-April the civilian and military authorities of Sonora, Sinaloa, Michoacán, and Zacatecas had withdrawn their recognition of Carranza. Other states would soon follow. On April 23, 1920, Obregon issued his Agua Prieta plan, which called for the removal of Carranza, the appointment of the Sonora state governor, Adolfo de la Huerta, as provisional president, and immediate elections for a new government. A flood of support placed virtually the whole army behind Obregon in the course of the following week. The social isolation of the Carranza regime was now brutally reflected in its political and military isolation. In the south, where Obregon had established his operational base, the old Zapatist leadership followed Magana in supporting him against the hated Carranza, no doubt in return for a private purchase that 1920-315. The land would be distributed to the peasantry and political posts given to the main leaders. By the end of April, the whole of Morelos had joined the Obregon rebellion, and the hacendados had once again fled the state. On May 2, together with the chief Zapatist leaders, Obregon addressed the population of Cuernavaca. He declared that the uprising would soon triumph and quash the Carranzist resistance in the federal district. On May 7, Carranza fled the capital by train in the hope of reaching Veracruz with his small escort of loyal troops and the contents of the national treasury. 2 days later Obregon triumphed and he entered Mexico City, riding alongside Genovevo de la O at the head of the southern forces. Carranza never reached Veracruz. Under continuous attack from Obregonist and Zapatist units, he left the railway and pushed deep into the Puebla Mountains. On May 21, 1920, some former members of his bodyguard killed him as he lay asleep in Tlaxcalaltongo encampment. Regardless of who inspired or ordered the assassination, it revealed the decomposition of the Carranza regime. Barely a year had passed since the treacherous murder of Zapata, only 6 months since the legal murder of Felipe Angeles. The Congress had already supported Obregon before the fall of Carranza, and on May 24, 1920, it chose Adolfo de la Huerta as provisional president. On June 2, 20,000 soldiers, including a number of Zapatists, marched past the National Palace in support of the new regime. On the balcony, alongside the president and General Obregon, were such disparate figures as Pablo González and Genovevo de la O united under the banner of Obregonism. They already indicated the contradictory and even antagonistic social base on which Obregon and his successors would establish their power. On May 10, just after the overthrow of Carranza, an American journalist interviewed Francisco Villa in Santa Cruz de Rosales, Chihuahua. Villa told him, "It's not clear that I'll decide to disband my men in the light of those changes. Oh, of course, I think that." 316. The present takeover is a step in the right direction. I think the Obregonists will break for good with Carranza, but I'm not so sure they have the people's real interests at heart. He said that no talks had yet taken place, and that someone had already posed as a defector to lure him into the kind of trap in which Zapata died. "They'll never kill me like that," he added. "I have to be careful, because I'm the last hope for the Mexican people to improve its lot." As soon as he was installed, de la Huerta sought to bring about Villa's surrender. Gildardo Magana urged negotiations between the two sides and, claiming that the government was very favorably disposed, called on Villa's supporters to enter talks. Early in July, a presidential envoy reached the guerrilla leader, who demanded, among other things, a hacienda in Chihuahua for him and his men, recognition of his rank as general, the right to maintain a government-paid bodyguard of his own choosing, and various safeguards and disbandment pay for all the men who would surrender with him. On July 9, the Army and Navy Minister, General Plutarco Elias Calles, declared that there would be no deal with Villa and that he had to surrender unconditionally. He is regarded not as a political factor but as a military problem, the minister stated. If his conditions were accepted, the northern bandit would be given greater value and importance than he deserves. Calles, speaking on behalf of those who, like Obregon himself, were opposed to any agreement with Villa, thereby brought to an end the negotiations taking place in Sausalito, Chihuahua. Villa immediately struck camp and disappeared with his men, breaking off all contact with the government. Troops set off in pursuit, but the guerrilla leader seemed to have vanished into thin air. Then he carried out his last military stroke. In a 5-day forced march, he and his troops crossed the Mapimay Bulge, a large desert lying between Chihuahua and Coahuila in which there is not a drop of water for hundreds of kilometers. They then launched a surprise attack on Sabinas, in the heart of the Coahuila coal mining district, and captured the town 7 with its 317 70-strong garrison on July 26, 1920. Seizing a few trains, they tore up the rails 50 kilometers to the north and south in order to avoid a counterattack. No one expected Villa to be in the region, since it was considered impossible that any military unit, even the Villist Knights, could so quickly cross the Mapimay Bulge under such conditions. Thus, when Villa cabled de la Huerta at 5 o'clock in the morning, announcing that he had taken Sabinas and wanted direct negotiations with the government, the president's first reaction was to disbelieve the whole story. Villa could not be there if he had been in Sausalito a few days before. Yet he was, and de la Huerta eventually agreed to appoint the Coahuila military commander as his representative in negotiations with Villa. Thus, the peasant leader had again successfully applied his favorite method of initiating talks. First he struck a lightning blow to improve the relationship of forces, and then he sat down to talk. It was what he had done 6 years earlier, on an incomparably greater scale, when he captured Zacatecas before imposing the Turian Accords on Carranza. The federal general duly arrived with a small escort, and an agreement putting an end to the Villist rebellion was signed on July 28, 1920, at Sabinas, Coahuila. The terms were as follows. 1. General Villa shall lay down arms and retire to private life. 2. The executive of the Mexican Union shall transfer to General Villa the full legal ownership of the Canutillo Hacienda, located in the state of Durango, and shall hand over the deeds to the property. 3. In the aforementioned place, General Villa shall keep an escort of 50 trusted men chosen by himself, which shall come under the Army and Navy Ministry and be paid a corresponding salary. The said escort may not be removed or distracted from its sole function, to watch over General Villa's personal safety. 4. The government shall pay a year's salary, corresponding to current rank, to all other persons who presently form part of Villa's forces both in this town and in various places to which they have been assigned by General Villa. Those concerned shall also be given the ownership of land in the 318 place they indicate, so that they may dedicate themselves to work. 5. Those who wish to continue a military career shall be incorporated into the National Army. In making his way to Tlahualilo, the agreed point at which his 1,000 well-equipped guerrillas were to hand in their arms, Francisco Villa made a wide detour through various pueblos in the north and received an enthusiastic welcome from the poorer inhabitants. Although the government had offered him trains, he chose to ride on horseback not only as a precaution against a trap, but also in order to demonstrate the popular support he still attracted in the north. Guarded by his dorados, Villa spent 3 years working his farmland at Canutillo. He used modern machinery, and established a primary school named after Felipe Angeles for children of the hacienda and of the region. Although he took no part in politics, neither was he any help to the government of Obregon, as Gildardo Magana and Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama were. His negotiated surrender left free an ongoing threat to the regime, the very figure of Villa. Pancho Villa frequently traveled from Canutillo to Parral. On June 20, 1923, he was in his car with 5 of his men. On a city street, a group of ambushers took them by surprise, and more than 100 bullets ended Villa's life, along with the lives of his companions, without giving them time to even reach for their guns. Many years later, what everyone then suspected was confirmed: the order had come from the government of the Republic. 5 years later, in the middle of June 1928, when he had just been elected for a second presidential term, Álvaro Obregón, the last of the 5 great caudillos of the revolution, was also like El Madero, Zapata, Carranza, and Villa before him, cut down by bullets. The Carranza experience had been the third attempt to process the social gains of the revolution into a mere personnel change and a political restructuring of bourgeois domination. Carrad. 1920-319. The first attempt was the Ciudad Juarez Accords and the Madero regime. The second attempt was the Huerta regime, which turned to naked repression in place of Madero's mixture of conciliation and repression. But the basic goal was the same: to end the revolutionary stage, and to establish a successor to the Diaz regime without undergoing major social upheavals or economic changes. This time, it was not struggle at the top but a national insurrection driven by the peasant masses that brought the plans to ruin. The third attempt, though weakened by the revolutionary upsurge and the violent overthrow of Huerta, could take advantage of the later downturn in the revolution and, to some extent, cloak itself with the Querétaro program. Like Madero's regime, it was brought to an end by a revolt within its own apparatus. This time, however, the blow came from the left, and was designed not to stifle the masses through repression, but to contain them through a policy of concessions that no longer jeopardized the whole system of private property. As we have seen, Obregón played a decisive role in the defeat of the Villist army and the ratification of the Querétaro Constitution, took part in the negotiations over the departure of the U.S. punitive expedition, and held talks with the workers' leaders while the 1916 general strike was being repressed. But then he withdrew from both the government and the struggle against the Carranza regime, leaving it strengthened as a result of his military and political activity. Indeed, Carranza was even able to use the 1917 Constitution as a cover for his policy. Obregón retired to Sonora to cultivate his estates. The peasantry, however, had no estates to cultivate and never gave up resistance. Although the ebb of the revolution made conditions much more difficult, they continued the struggle in 1916, 1917, and 1918 and maintained their independence of the national authorities. This constant activity wore down the Carranzist army, reached out for international contacts, and, above all, stimulated the revival of the workers' movement after the defeat of the general strike. Another important factor in this revival, particularly intense in 320, 1919 and 1920, was the European revolutionary upsurge impelled by the victory of the Russian Revolution. Strikes and wage demands were continually growing in the railways, the oil industry, textiles, electricity, the Tampico and Veracruz docks, and a number of other sectors. The workers also fought for social demands, application of the conquests enshrined in the Constitution and, above all, the right to trade union organization. In May 1918, a National Labor Congress in Saltillo set up the Mexican Regional Workers' Federation, the first national workers' organization in the country. This wave of mobilizations reached an even higher level with the fall of Carranza and the interim presidency of Adolfo de la Huerta. In the north, the government armies proved unable to suppress the Villist guerrillas, or even to prevent the steady stream of defeats suffered at their hands. The growing isolation of Carranza highlighted the inflexibility of his policy of restoring the land to its former proprietors and reviving the influence of the old ruling class. At the same time, this very quest for support among the old landowners heightened still further the isolation of his regime. Despite its clashes with Carranza's nationalist policy, and despite its constant pressure to capitalize on the regime's difficulties, the U.S. government did not make any fundamental mistakes in its analysis of the Mexican situation. Already in 1915 Washington recognized Carranza as the lesser evil, and it increasingly saw him as the party of order, bent on ending the revolution, who should be supported against any tendency to breathe new life into the revolution or to drive the regime politically and socially to the left. The military commander of El Paso made the U.S. positions clear in 1919, "We have recognized a government in Mexico, and we will not talk with rebels." Gone were the quite recent times when Washington sent agents to each of the warring factions. Washington acted accordingly, trying to force concessions out of Carranza, yet backing him against any force that might open the gates to any comeback of revolutionary forces. It had no sympathy for the rise of Obregón, however moderate his election campaign. 1920–321. The revolutionary nationalist wing of the army clearly perceived Carranza's failure to fulfill the Querétaro promises. It raised the measures to restore the position of the old landowners. It condemned the rapacious activity of the nouveau riches officers. It recoiled from the mass repression and the murder of Zapata. 4 And yet, it was held in check by Carranza's nationalist policy vis-a-vis the Americans. The role of anti-imperialist officers finally expressed itself in the Great Army Turnaround and the Agua Prieta Plan. For many generals and officers, however, the main fear was that a civilian administration under Bonillas would take away the power and privileges they had acquired through their military functions. The president's appointment of Bonillas as his successor was not merely a crude personal response to the situation. The aim was to liquidate from above all the social conquests, to convert 10 years of revolution into a mere change of political personnel, to modernize the old regime. This enterprise died in Tlaxcalaltongo with Carranza. In 10 years of combat, the popular energies had suffered enormous attrition. Yet, as Pancho Villa said, the people did not give in. They managed to link their tenacity to the new epoch and, through indirect representatives, made a supreme effort to bring down Carranza and his reactionary faction. This put an end to the last attempt of that period to establish a regime that would not have to depend on the support of the people. It is therefore not surprising that the figure of Carranza, rooted in the Porfirian past, has a higher place on the altar of the Mexican bourgeoisie than the figure of Obregón, rooted in the provincial petty bourgeoisie. When Pancho Villa laid down arms in July 1920, he was not merely giving way to weariness or lack of prospects. Rather dimly, it is true, the Villists saw that the overthrow of Carranza had accomplished the objective then within reach. They had no confidence in the new victors. "It looks to me like the same bull that's just been touched up," Villa told an American journalist. Yet they expressed the conclusion that any further advance would require 322 more strength than they then possessed. Villa did not follow Magana along the road of capitulation, nor was his action like that of Angeli in 1915 and 1919. "We'll carry on until Don Venus falls from the tree," Villa had said the previous year. And now Don Venus Carranza had indeed breathed his last. Villa's peasant tenacity had never involved mere obstinacy. When he said to Angeles in 1919 that Chihuahua was no longer any good for making revolutions, he was referring not only to the material resources in the region, but also, indirectly, to the exhaustion of the peasants themselves. At that point, he could do nothing other than break off the struggle. Villa's surrender of arms symbolized not the defeat or the final conclusion of the revolution, but its interruption until the development of a more favorable stage. Obregón came forward to establish national power on a new political basis. Consistent with his whole trajectory during the revolution, he understood that the development of a new bourgeoisie required certain concessions to the masses within a tightly controlled framework. At the same time, it would be necessary to lean on them in order to confront both imperialism and the forces of restoration, as well as the possible alliance between the two. Although the old landowners did not forfeit most of their property, remaining at least until the Cardenas period the economically strongest sector of the bourgeoisie, they were definitively excluded from power. For its part, the industrial bourgeoisie was then a weak force, torn between the mass of foreign investment and state-controlled holdings. At the political level, It seemed completely tied to the old, pre-revolutionary regime. This accounts for the peculiar character of Obregon's Bonapartism, which rested politically on the instrument of the Mexican army, and socially on union organizations under the control of a bureaucracy tied to the state apparatus. 5 In August 1919, at the start of his election campaign, Obregon signed an agreement with the Mexican Regional Workers' Federation. 1920-323. Its leader, Luis N. Morones, would later be one of the strongest pillars of the Obregon regime and make his fortune as a government minister. He was the prototype of those labor bureaucrats who, while enriching themselves and providing political personnel for the bourgeoisie, eventually come to rely upon armed gangsters to crush any attempt at rank-and-file opposition. In December, Crom and Morones founded the Labor Party and declared their support for Obregon's candidacy. At the beginning of 1920, Obregon reached a further pact with Magana and Diaz Soto y Gama. Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama subsequently formed the Agrarian Party as another of the political foundations of the Obregon regime. These two pacts, together with the support of the army, gave Obregon all the prerequisites for his coup d'état. By suppressing the most odious features of Carranzism and granting certain concessions to his left, he used the trade union and Zapatist leaderships to channel the nationwide resistance of the workers and peasants, and by associating these leaderships with the state apparatus, he ensured that he would keep a hold over them. This very structure further allowed him to control the military factions, and to exploit the army as a political force. The nationalist sentiments of the army, as of the population itself, could also be used in the process of confrontation and negotiation with Washington. This complex balancing game was the only political and social basis that could have permitted the economic development of a bourgeoisie, without provoking a direct clash with the peasants and urban workers or political abdication to the alliance of the old oligarchy and imperialism. The new bourgeoisie that emerged from the revolution through scandalous state-organized plunder encouraged the involvement of the old bourgeoisie in a subordinate position. But neither Obregon nor his successors would allow the existence of a traditional oligarchic or bourgeois political party to challenge the legitimacy of the revolution or the regime that issued from it. When the Church, by force of circumstance, was impelled to fill this vacuum and to 324. Operate as a de facto political party of reaction, Obregon and then Calles mobilized against it the whole accumulated weight of the liberal, anti-clerical tradition of the Mexican revolutions. Similarly, Obregon and Calles mercilessly crushed attempts to organize an opposition within the army. Between 1920 and 1928, dozens of officers who had served in the Constitutionalist Army, including Obregon's closest collaborators in the campaigns against Huerta and Villa, were brought before a firing squad or otherwise liquidated. Nevertheless, the regime would remain a prisoner of the revolution and its working class and peasant base. Its weakness from birth prevented it from developing an independent class base, which could only have been attained through an alliance with representatives of the old regime. The play of bourgeois parliamentary parties, characteristic of capitalist democracy, vanished in Mexico, and although a parliament continued to exist in name, it did not play any role in national politics. The extreme concentration of presidential power was not a sign of strength, but an indication that the regime cannot sustain legal, parliamentary struggles between rival bourgeois sectors and parties. It had to place itself completely in the hands of a supreme presidential arbiter. That is the essence of the Bonapartist form of government. The U.S. government continued to put pressure on Obregon in order to keep the 1917 Constitution, and particularly Article 27, as far as possible from its own holdings in the country. However moderate Obregon's declarations, Washington could see that the class base of the new regime would not allow the consolidation of a firm bourgeois power, that it would not be possible to avoid a nationalist policy on the part of the Mexican government, and that, ultimately, the danger of renewed popular movements was still present. Initially, therefore, it withheld from de la Huerta and Obregon the official recognition it had given Carranza in 1915. Diplomatic links were restored only in July 1923, a few days after the murder of Pancho Villa, which was a kind of token, and after 1920 325. The Mexican government had undertaken, through the Bucareli Accords, to respect the property rights of Americans in the country. The next year, however, in his typically Bonapartist style, Obregon made Mexico the first country on the American continent, and one of the first in the world, to recognize the Soviet Union. The officers of Carranza's army had enriched themselves by buying up the best lands of the old Porfirian oligarchy at knockdown prices, while the agrarian redistribution for which the peasants had fought the revolution barely went further than the parchment of the Constitution. Under Obregon, this system of capitalist class formation reached quite scandalous proportions, and state-organized plunder became a veritable national institution through such forms as economic concessions, handouts, public contracts, and even more brazen diversion of public funds. The post-revolutionary bourgeoisie developed through this Pico-Liar system of primitive accumulation, then invested its gain in banking, industrial, and commercial concerns and went on enriching itself by the normal mechanisms of capital accumulation. Forces newly attached to the state political apparatus then took their turn to become capitalists through the plunder of state funds. Many years before, when he was still fighting Huerta, Obregon had anticipated such a future in a conversation with Lucio Blanco. Pouring scorn on those who concerned themselves with land redistribution, he said with a smile, "Will be the cientificos of tomorrow." 6. This system played an indispensable role by making the trade union bureaucracy a partner in the use of the state apparatus for private gain. Together with the firing squad and the assassin's pistol, it also served to maintain control over the military factions which, given the preponderant role of the army in establishing and maintaining the regime, were constantly incited to fresh conspiracies. Obregon again summed it up well: "No general can withstand a 50,000 peso cannon shot." Obregon created the model to which 326 subsequent Mexican governments have clung. The old principle of transformation of power into property became the golden rule of the Mexican post-revolutionary political regime. The presidential elections of September 5, 1920, formally confirmed what had already been resolved by non-electoral means. On December 1, Álvaro Obregón legally assumed office as President of the Republic. 10. EPILOGUE. The 1910-20 revolution was a crucial juncture in the history of Mexico. All the previously active customs, traditions, conquests, upheavals, and dreams poured into the great flux. The tendencies and determinations of all subsequent years flowed away from it along countless channels. None of the dramatic events that have occurred since then have left such a powerful and lasting mark on contemporary Mexico. There has been much debate on the character and results of the 10-year period. Some writers deny that a revolution actually took place, while others, at the opposite extreme, argue that the revolution has continued ever since in an unbroken We cannot now enter into that dispute. We may, however, close our account of the Mexican Revolution by reviewing its social, economic, and political consequences. In 1917, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, soon to become the leader and theoretician of the first socialist revolution in history, made the following pertinent distinction. If we take the revolutions of the 20th century as examples, we shall, of course, have to admit that the Portuguese and Turkish revolutions are both bourgeois revolutions. Neither of them, however, is a people's revolution, inasmuch as in neither does the mass of the people, its enormous majority, come out actively, independently, with its own economic and political demands to any noticeable degree. By contrast, although the Russian bourgeois revolution of 1905-07 displayed no such brilliant successes as at times fell to the 328 lot of the Portuguese and Turkish revolutions, it was undoubtedly a real people's revolution. For the mass of the people, its majority, the very lowest social strata, crushed by oppression and exploitation, rose independently and placed on the entire course of the revolution the impress of their own demands. their attempts to build in their own way a new society in the place of the old society that was being destroyed. 1. Some years later, another leader of the revolution, and its historian, wrote, "The history of a revolution is for us first of all a history of the forcible entry of the masses into the realm of sovereignty over their own destiny." 2. For both Lenin and Trotsky, then, a revolution is essentially defined by the manifold intervention of the masses to decide the whole fate of society. The program, leadership, and outcome are naturally important, as is the idea its actors form of the events. But the key is the eruption into history of the broadest masses, the most exploited, oppressed, and muted in times of calm and stability. If we use the yardstick of mass intervention and mobilization, weighing up their spatial and temporal extent and the changes in the life, habits, and mentality of millions of men and women, then the Mexican Revolution was unquestionably one of the most profound in Latin America and one of the greatest anywhere in a century so rich in revolutions. This criterion allows us to plot what we may call the social curve of the revolution. The peak will not be the ratification of the 1917 Constitution, as it is for the institutional, state-centered optic of official histories, but the point when the strength and mobilization of the armed peasant masses culminated in the occupation of Mexico City. It will be the victory of December 1914. We may thus distinguish four phases of the revolution: the period up to Madero's triumph over Porfirio Diaz, when two tendencies of the bourgeoisie were locked in a struggle for power, the Maderist regime and the continuing struggle against the Zapatist insurgency in the south, the sequel to Huerta's coup and Epilogue 329. The assassination of Madero, again dominated by a clash between bourgeois tendencies, federalist and constitutionalist, only this time with mass participation in the armed struggle, and the PE riot following Huerta's defeat in 1914, when the new victors divided along clearer class lines between the constitutionalist army of Carranza and Obregón and the peasant armies of Zapata and Villa. The revolution grew ever more radical up to the occupation of Mexico City by the Northern Division and the Southern Liberation Army, continually drawing in new fighters and spreading through the territory of the Republic. In the first and third phases, the bourgeois tendency which led and invoked the revolution generally bandied the land question in order to mobilize a mass peasant base. In the second and fourth phases, the same wing of the bourgeoisie turned to repress those peasants who sought to continue the revolution and the struggle for land. Not once as in all the classical bourgeois revolutions but twice did the victorious bourgeois leadership move against the extreme wing of the revolution in order to hold the movement within the confines of capitalist property. The first time, the Madero leadership was able to maintain the continuity of the old Porfirian state, symbolized in the Federal Army and the letter and the institutions of the 1857 Constitution. The second time, however, the revolution completely destroyed the military backbone of the old state. The ensuing regime established itself upon a new army, a new constitution, and a new state, still bourgeois in character and largely drawn from the administrative personnel of the old state, yet involving different relations with, and a new mode of domination over, the Mexican people. The fourth phase of the revolution continued the previous rise in December 1914 and January 1915, but then entered a long, grim downturn full of incident, which stretched from the advance of Obregón's operational army on Mexico City and the defeat and dissolution of the Northern Division in 1915, through the defeat of the workers' movement in 1916, to the reorganization of the state in the 1917 Constitution and the large-scale drive to annihilate the 330 stubborn resistance of the Morelos villages in the south, the Villist units in the north, and the peasantry in every part of the country. The whole curve embraces a period of 10 years. During that time, the peasant masses, that is, the people of Mexico, 85% of whom lived in the countryside in 1910, underwent the most dramatic experiences. They took up arms, forced their way into a history that had previously unfolded above their heads, marched across the country in every direction, shattered the army of their oppressors at Zacatecas, occupied the national capital, raised Villa and Zapata to the summit of the insurrection, issued a series of laws, and embarked on a Systematic attempt at self-government in the South, creating elementary decision-making bodies and a new juridical structure. In other words, they rose independently and placed on the entire course of the revolution the impress of their own demands, their attempts to build in their own way a new society in the place of the old society that was being destroyed. In their last momentous experience, the painful ebb of the revolution, they and their leaders continued to fight in defense of positions already won, with a tenacity that is one of the revolution's most precious bequests to the collective consciousness. Even after they had lost their leader and suffered defeat in the South, they made a last great effort to tip the scales in the victorious faction against Carranza's right-wing policies. In its objectives and outcome, the national uprising was a bourgeois revolution. At the same time, however, it was a peasant war for land in which the most radical wing, grouped around the Ayala Plan, made proposals and took measures of an anti-capitalist character. As in every bourgeois revolution, the plebeian left wing went beyond the limits of capitalism and pointed toward a social revolution. Its ideas and aspirations could not emerge triumphant, any more than Munzer could in Germany's Peasant War, the enrages in the Great French Revolution, or the Paris workers in the Revolution of 1848. The meeting point and center of gravity for the various participants in the Mexican Revolution were the demands and proposals inscribed in the 1917 Constitution. Still, without the Epilogue 331 tenacious armed intervention of the peasants and their most advanced programs, that center of gravity would have been much further to the right, for example, in the positions of Madero, Vázquez Gómez, or Venustiano Carranza and his Guadalupe Plan. Only at isolated times and places, particularly in Zapatist territory, were the peasants able to transcend the globally bourgeois character of the revolution. Yet their activity ensured that it was not an other kind of revolution, equally bloody but much more limited and conservative in its results. Thus, it would be wrong merely to say that they were defeated, just as the official version is wrong in saying that they were victorious. During the ups and downs of a 10-year armed struggle, the Zapatists were the only tendency that never laid down arms. The revolution was officially brought to an end after Madero's victory and again after Carranza's pronunciamiento. What kept it alive was the Southern insurrection, which sustained the deepest currents of the revolution until they returned to cover the whole country. The Zapatist movement had four essential features: it always refused to hand over its guns, it developed a program of its own in the Ayala Plan, whose juridical bases, though rudimentary, were incompatible with bourgeois legality, it created a form of popular self-government still unique in Mexican history, and it issued radical legislation which, as in the case of Palafox's agrarian law, partly went beyond the juridical limits of capitalism. All this did not, of course, amount to a socialist revolution, but neither was it merely a bourgeois revolution. It is true that every bourgeois revolution has a left wing that breaks its bounds at the climactic moment and is then smashed by the victorious center. In Mexico, however, this wing not only embodied the continuity of the whole revolutionary cycle, but for a whole period of time longer than the Paris Commune of 1871 or the Berlin and Hungarian communes of 1919 evolved a form of popular power that has been ignored in all the official histories. This experience of mass self-organization, like the military exploits of the Northern Division, set a hidden mark on the whole future development of 332. People's consciousness. Pancho Villa, in Chihuahua, also received support from the working population and took measures in their favor. But the Zapatist power in Morelos was qualitatively distinct, both in its juridical basis and in the real, though rudimentary, character of peasant self-government. Clearly peasant support for the Southern Revolution, as well as certain aspects of the Zapatist program itself, rested upon the millenary vision of a golden age that looked backward to its roots in pre-capitalist conditions. While always pursuing these utopian objectives, however, peasant wars have been the basis of both bourgeois and socialist revolutions. Wherein lies the difference? In the epoch of the rise of the bourgeoisie, the peasant risings of Munzer in Germany or Winstanley's diggers in England eventually succumbed to fierce repression without leaving any trace in the new order. In the epoch of imperialism, when world reality has already posed, if not resolved, the question of socialism as a non-utopian possibility, a peasant war may either merge with this perspective or, in its extreme forms, herald its emergence. Thus, although Zapata's armed struggle and utopian commune were defeated, they left their mark on the emergent republic, so that the Mexican peasants could never be disregarded in its political and social life. There were a number of reasons why the working class played only a secondary role in the Mexican Revolution: its previous history, its relatively small numerical weight, and the very disposition of the central conflict. Some of its struggles were important, and its class organization moved forward, but its policy and leadership did not attain independence of the state and the leading bourgeois tendencies of the revolution. Ultimately, the decisive tendency was the so-called Sonora dynasty, leaders of the capitalist petty bourgeoisie from Sonora state who were equipped with a program for national development. But although they finally prevailed over Carranza's landowner tendency, more directly linked to Madero's class tradition, they also grouped around them the whole new bourgeoisie which, by means Epilogue 333 of the revolutionary movement, had made headway against the state of the landowners and científicos. This new force comprised constitutionalist army officers from the provincial urban petty bourgeoisie, members of the liberal professions recruited to the state administration, owners of large or medium-size industrial and mining concerns, landowners who had managed to save or recover their property in the midst of the revolutionary turmoil and resurfaced alongside the victors in 1917 and 1918, and a host of carrierists of diverse origin, not very different from those whom Napoleon I, and later Louis Bonaparte, assembled after the French revolutions. The axis of the new power bloc was unquestionably the state apparatus itself, which later played a key role in the formation and growth of the Mexican bourgeoisie. The class of big landowners was excluded from the state and lost its political power forever, although the main transfer of agrarian property would only take place in the Cardenas era. In the course of the revolution, the new bourgeoisie gained considerable experience in relating to the masses and developing characteristic methods of domination. Similarly, the fact that its leaders participated in the armed struggle secured a certain popular legitimacy both for themselves and for the post-1920 state. The urban petty bourgeoisie did not assume an independent role in the revolution, even though its representatives fought in both the constitutionalist and Villist armies and, to a limited, highly selective degree, in the Zapatist movement. However, just as it provided some of the leaders of the new bourgeoisie, so it produced the representatives of the Jacobin, radical democratic wing of constitutionalism. These men, with their socialist-type ideas, were among the most eminent figures at the 1917 Constituent Congress, and the current would again burst forth in the Cardenas period. The population of Mexico fell by nearly 1 million, from 15.2 to 14.3 million, in the 10 years of the revolution. Apart from the actual 334 fighting, other important factors were the declining birth rate, the flight northward from the effects of the Civil War, and the influenza epidemic that lashed the country in 1918-19 and struck with particular severity in the sectors and regions most weakened by the war. 3 The economy underwent violent changes, above all where the military conflict was at its sharpest. There was never a general collapse, however, and some sectors like Henneken profited from the especially favorable world market conditions before and after the outbreak of World War. Oil exports soared from 200,000 pesos in 1910-11 to 516,800,000 in 1920, while the oil contribution to gross domestic product climbed by a yearly average of 43%, from 33 million 1950 pesos in 1910 to 1,733 million in 1921. Both oil and Henneken came from constitutionalist-held territory, the Gulf of Mexico and Yucatan, providing the financial mainstay for the struggle against Villa and Zapata. This also explains why Felipe Angeles was eager to concentrate his forces in the north and to occupy the Tampico region and port, whereas Villa accepted battle on Obregon's chosen ground, the agrarian regions of the Bajío. War destruction mainly hit the agriculture of the Laguna district and central Mexico, while the Morelos sugar industry, one of the country's main export sectors just before 1910, produced only for local consumption. However, the resulting decline in global agricultural production did encourage the development of certain crops in less affected regions. In the Northwest, for example, cotton exports filled the gap left by the La Laguna. Similar processes were apparent in the mining industry. Small and medium-sized mines suffered a major downturn, but many of the larger, foreign-owned mines were able to maintain production. Total output in this sector fell from 1,039 million 1950 pesos in 1910 to 620 million in 1921 and only regained the 1910 level in 1923. Although information about the course of the economy during these years is scarce and unreliable, everyone agrees that the bottom was reached at the height of the revolutionary curve in 1914-15. Epilogue 335. Thus between 1910 and 1915, gold production fell from 41,420 to 7,358 kilograms and silver from 2,417 to 1,231 tons. Lead production plummeted from 124.3 to 5.7 tons, but gradually recovered after 1916 in the high-demand conditions of World War. The revolution seriously disorganized the railway network, turning the trains to Civil War requirements and destroying a great deal of track and rolling stock. This, of course, created further obstacles to production. But since various goods were unable to reach distant markets, local producers often stepped in to fill the gap in their own area. Craft production and craft labor therefore tended to shift from one part of the country to another. It should also be borne in mind that much of this local production, like nearly all agricultural output for local or subsistence consumption, does not figure in the statistics for market-oriented production. As is always the case in an overwhelmingly peasant country, the real figures diverged all the more from official statistics to the extent that wartime disorganization forced a return to pre-capitalist forms and relations of production and exchange. There can be no doubt that, during the 10 years of revolution, Mexico was able to make ample use of these means of survival offered by a not-so-distant past, and that, particularly for the key 1914-15 period, the real fall in agricultural, artisanal, and mining production is somewhat exaggerated by the inevitable statistical focus on market sectors. At the level of the economy as a whole, gross domestic product declined from 11,650 million 1950 pesos in 1910 to 11,273 million in 1921. Although the fantastic leap in oil production served to offset the decline in other areas, the contribution of manufacturing output only fell from 1,836 million 1950 pesos in 1910 to 1,669 million in 1921. This indicates a certain continuity in the activity of major industries, situated as they were in towns and regions relatively unscathed by the vicissitudes of war. By contrast, the share of agriculture in GDP fell from 2,609 million 1950 pesos in 1910 to 1,441 million in 1921, only regaining its pre-revolutionary level in 1925. The livestock figures show a no less dramatic 336 drop from 1,501 million pesos in 1910 to 905 million in 1921, the earlier level only being recovered in 1925. Even in the absence of other data, the growth rate in various SEC tours of the economy indicates not only that Mexico and the Mexican Revolution were of an essentially peasant character, but that industry and the working class played a marginal role in the course of the Civil War. Table 10.1, which provides data from the last 15 years of the old regime through 1967, sets out this evidence point for the turmoil in the credit and banking system also reached a peak in 1914-15, when contending military factions precipitated military disorder by uncontrolled issues of currency. As regards Mexico's integration into the world economy, the course of events during this period merely reinforced and made irreversible a trend that was already apparent by the end of the Porfirio Diaz regime. Womack puts it well: after the promulgation of the new constitution, together with United States intervention in the World War, the Mexican economy began a recovery more dependent than ever upon developments in the United States. Lastly, we should consider the crucial question of the revolution: the land. The relationship of peon dependence upon the hacienda virtually disappeared throughout the country. The same was not true, however, of the haciendas themselves. There was a regionally uneven transfer of land ownership, but with the exception of Morelos and some south-central regions, the great concentrations changed hands without undergoing any reduction in size. This is another argument, if one is necessary, explaining the profound sixtality of the Zapatist movement. According to Womack's calculations, the communal holdings covered 1.6% of the total in 1910, holdings between 0.1 and 1,000 hectares accounted for 26.6%, and haciendas over 1,000 hectares for 71.8%. In 1923 the three corresponding figures were 2.6, 19.6, and 77.9%, respectively. Although other writers have given different estimates, they have not significantly altered the broad proportional breakdown. JVE may therefore conclude that the key question of the revolution did not receive an answer, and that the concentration of agrarian property was not changed. Only in 1940 would a markedly different structure emerge: 22.5% for the ejidos, 15.9% for holdings under 1,000 hectares, and 61.6% for haciendas over 1,000 hectares. As we can see, Cardenism changed the terms but did not remove the land question. But had there been no revolution, there would not even have been Mexican agrarian reform and Cardenism. 5. If history were just a matter of economic statistics, it would not be far from the truth to say that virtually nothing changed in the course of the Mexican Revolution, and that, all things considered, there was no revolution. Some people have actually argued this point, which logically ought to be applied to the French, English, and many other revolutions. If accepted, it would certainly thin out the history of revolutions and strengthen the argument that they are a useless endeavor. The Mexican Revolution, some may argue, did not even open the road to capitalist development, since the irreversible drive in this direction took place under Porfirio Diaz, or, to be more specific, between the years 1885 and 1905. Indeed, if there had been no civil war between 1910 and 1920, such development would have been able to profit from the World War, and the landowning class would gradually have transformed itself into an industrial bourgeoisie, no doubt through inter-class conflicts but within the constitutional limits of the existing state. The same three countries show that this was a real possibility. Francisco I. Madero was set on the same course when, through sheer bad luck, the subaltern classes escaped both his and everyone else's control. The type of capitalist development established in the late 19th century was, it is true, pointing toward the transformation of the landowning class into a bourgeois class through a process of imbrication. This trend, however, combining with the solid implantation of foreign capital in specific sectors of the economy and a distinctive mode of integration into the world division of labor, was cut short and sharply deflected by the violent eruption of the revolutionary movement. This was, in turn, encouraged or permitted by the exacerbation of intra-bourgeois conflict, due to the explosive accumulation of contradictions at the heart of such capitalist development. The eruption, lasting for roughly 10 years, brought to power another section of the bourgeoisie that later swelled through its control of the new state apparatus and established new relations of domination with the masses. As a result of the social, political, and economic contradictions peculiar to capitalist development in Mexico, the Mexican people underwent a hitherto unprecedented experience. Feeling themselves to be the subject, and no longer the mere object of history, They stored up a wealth of experience and consciousness that altered the whole country as it is lived by its inhabitants. It was impossible to ignore or depreciate this change in the eventful century that followed, up to the Zapatista Indian Armed Rebellion in Chiapas in 1994, and after. In this specific sense, we can rightly say that the Mexican Revolution not only changed Mexico and had a deep and long-lasting influence all over Latin America, but also set the stage for the anti-colonial and socialist uprisings that span the 20th century and still reverberate in the many movements for justice and freedom today.